Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Fleet's Random Ramblings 56. It's nice to be back on a Monday again, for what it's worth, and that I have a little
56.
piece of I can't lie, I'm not in the best shape right now. You'll have to forgive my slight melancholy this evening. I'm not in a bad mood, but I'm not my usual, quite chipper self, and won't be for a little bit. And I'll do my best to keep going, as I always do, as I said. As I always say, nothing ever stops the ramblings. Hi, Chandler Chandler. It's nice to see you. Hello, Discord audience. Welcome to Fleet's Random Ramblings. I hope you're all having a better day than I am. Hello, Dragon.
Hello.
Nice to see you.
How are you doing?
Not great.
You don't sound it.
No. No, I don't.
He has loaded up the train game, I see. He can do multiple things at once.
No.
Fleet does have that processing power.
Maybe. You'll have to forgive me, I'm not functioning right now. You'll have to give me a couple of minutes. But I wanted to at least start.
Okay. Oh, sorry. He's grabbing the questions that appear.
So
that whenever you do want to, they're available.
I just needed to get it started to get things back to normal.
Well, hey, if you need to go and take like 5-10 minutes,
I can't.
I'm pretty sure
that would hurt me more.
I'm pretty sure I can get Foxo here shortly, and then we can get some shenanigans going.
I'll be fine.
Fleet, don't make me get Clark to tell you you're not okay.
I just lost my job.
Oh dear.
So
that is not an ideal situation, but
I mean literally just. I literally just got the phone call.
Weren't you in like your second or third week?
Fourth. Apparently, I'm not picking it up fast enough for them. Even though I'm still only in my
fourth week.
Yes, apparently.
Well, A, at least you've got a month's worth of paycheck, but
well,
B,
no, I've got a week's worth of paycheck. I get paid weekly, but still.
Well, if you've done 3 weeks, it's effectively a month worth of paycheck.
Yes,
but anyway,
it's still not
because most businesses are only able to do it up to 2 weeks. They can just do 1 day. Nope, that's it.
Yes.
So you might want to check that.
Agency work.
Well, to be fair, I didn't actually know where you were working, so.
But either way, I just getting over that shock.
Yeah.
I'll be fine.
That's it. Take your time.
I needed to start ramblings in order to get that process going, because if I didn't start ramblings, I just.
Oh, speaking of which, thank you for reminding me. I need to grab your YouTube one, so I can grab questions from there.
Right. So, I appreciate all the support from the people in chat. It means a lot, actually.
Oh god,
It
mute that.
means a great deal. Um, but I'll be fine.
Thank you, Knight, for reposting that question, by the way.
It just removes a good amount of stability I had been enjoying. Because now I've got to start the whole job hunting process all over again, and we're in November, which means I'm a month
Technically
away
speaking,
from...
this is the easiest time to do so, but
Still, it's not ideal, what with the...
it's not, no, but...
Especially with the thing coming up in November/December. Now, I am...
Well, that's an online thing, isn't it? If it's the one I'm thinking of.
It is, but I was planning to take a few days holiday for it, depending on how long it might actually run into the night/morning.
Well, now, if you really want a backsided positive, well, at least you don't have to worry about taking the holiday.
Well, it depends if... The problem is that then creates a problem of, well, am I going to be employed at that point? And if so, will
Hopefully.
that cause problems with actually being able to do the thing I've been basically waiting half a year to do?
Then you just say, look, sorry, I've got prior commitments. Like, I need this day off. I've already booked things I can't cancel. And most businesses, at least, are usually good enough that they'll go, yeah, no, you've told us in advance, at least.
Yeah.
The Trafalgar questions are starting.
I've noticed. Right. Okay. Fleet's got that off his chest. Yes. And
Batten down the hatches.
And I will say, yes, I do have a Patreon. Please. Fleet needs money. Like, the thing is,
if I had the spare funds, Fleet, I would.
If I have to take jobs that aren't 9 to 5, which I'm probably going to have to at this rate in order to get back into employment, that will mean uploads will slow down.
Oh, trust me.
The only way you need... The way to stop that is to raise my income level through online subscriptions and stuff to a level where I don't have to get a job. So please, if you want Fleet to keep going...
As someone who has been, looking for employment for quite a while now, I know your pain.
Okay, alright. So, starting with Brackman's question... and I can tell he was watching Careens' video.
Yeah.
What could reasonably be done to modernize the Canadian Armed Forces? Bear in mind, this is his weekly Patreon question that he gets. Oh, Timu, you legend! Thank you.
The which force? Armed Forces? Sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
Canadians.
Canadian. Okay.
It was Perun's video.
An interesting choice.
It's so... Basically, the Canadian Armed Forces is in a funding deficit. They basically need to climb their way out of They've basically got to fix decades of underfunding, which put them in a bit of a spiral.
Hello, Phoenix.
In regards to how they'd actually fix that, I'm not Perun.
Yeah.
You would have to be a PowerPoint genius of his magnitude to even come close to having a crack at that, and I am not. What I will say is it would basically require a multiple you basically have to gut the entire system from the inside out.
Yeah, there's a lot of organizational problems that the Canadian Armed Forces have. And there's also a problem of just Canadian government attitude towards the armed forces as well. They also, I think, they definitely need to improve the treatment of personnel in the Canadian Armed Forces. But with that said, I think it is worth noting, for all the doom and gloom, having watched the Perun video myself, I think he does miss the fact that there is a massive modernization effort currently ongoing. I mean, they finally committed to the F-35 effort, and they are buying more than they originally planned under the first original effort when they had bought into the F-35 program, which is nice. Obviously, really not great that they took this whole long way around of actually getting to that, but,
yeah.
They're there at least now. Likewise, the Halifax-class frigates are being replaced by the 15 planned River-class. Well, they call them destroyers. They're very much still frigates. They're based
And
off the British Type
they
26.
yes, that is true, but they've basically gutted what is basically a perfectly serviceable ship and reduced its weapons load for reasons I don't fully understand, while making it more
Well,
expensive.
the problem is the British Type 26 wouldn't be suitable to Canadian requirements because it doesn't have sufficient air defense capabilities. Just one of the weak points of that video is he really didn't properly analyze that kind of case, because this is one of the things that Type 26 is built for. It's designed for the Royal Navy, so it operates in an environment where you have the Type 45 to do serious air defense work. In the future, Type 83, you also have carriers. So the British Type 45, it has those 24 Mark 41 cells, but those are just for strike payloads or potentially a missile, anti-submarine missile, right? It's not for SAMs. The 48 soft cell launchers are for CAM, which is a short-range SAM, and that's great. That covers their self-defense, very local air defense, but it's limited. He doesn't really have much reach. Artisan radar on top is not very powerful. It doesn't give you any ballistic missile defense capability. So it's definitely a problem from a growth point of view, and assuming it's going to be, the ships will essentially be an air defense liability in any high-end scenario. The Canadians, when they asked for the Type 20, for their development of the Type 26 or for the CSC, right, they had a much higher tier of air warfare requirement because they have no higher tier air defense ships at all. The CSCs have to be able to do every mission set, not fantastically, but they have to be able to do them. So they have, for example, a frigate version of the Spy 7 radar. They're going to have Aegis. They're going to use SM-2MR. They're going to use the SSM. I don't believe they have plans for SM-6. But with those 24 VLS cells, I mean, there's still a debate as to whether or not Tomahawk is going to be integrated. But those 24 VLS cells are basically just for SAMs, and they're for more capable SAMs than Type 26 has. It's a more capable sensor site. It's a more capable all-round ship than the Type 26. It will sacrifice capability in certain areas, but it's just reflective of Canadian requirements because they have to have their independent air defense capability. Which in the expense part in particular is not even just the case of the design. I mean, partly it is because Type 26 is just an expensive warship in general, but because it is a rather advanced anti-submarine warfare ship and it's rather sizable and there's not many being built of them. But the big problem for the Canadians is they're building them in Canada. It's one of their requirements. So that means they have to pay for a huge upfront cost in terms of modernizing infrastructure, building up the industry to be able to actually be capable of building frigates in the first place. That's kind of what the Harry DeWolf class is for in the first place. The AOPS, they're there to help get the Canadian shipbuilding industry up to a point where they can actually properly build frigates, because they have to start from almost zero, because it's just been so long since they last built any warships of any meaningful size.
You probably should have mentioned
That also
that.
massively.
That would have been nice to know in the video, that little caveat existed as well.
Yeah, this is one of the things where I like a lot of what Perun does, but like a lot of his because he still works in his regular job outside of these videos, right? And he is pumping out these videos weekly. That there's a lot of ground to cover for a lot of these countries or a lot of these topics that he just does not have the time to do the deep research he really does, and so a lot of these videos have very, very glaring holes in them. Much as I like the videos in general, so I think the Canadian one was not fantastic. I know the air-to-air missile system one was pissed off a lot of people because okay, he doesn't understand air warfare, stuff like that. It's just research scope is important, and I think that's when you're trying to touch on such a wide variety of topics, you do have gaps here.
Yeah, makes sense.
What else am I thinking of? Oh yeah, and they're also, I mean, they have the Harry DeWolf class that is coming out for Arctic Patrol, which is nice. And they are planning on embarking on a rather large submarine program, so that'll be significant too. And to be honest, now that I see the C-Cube meme about Canada and World War II versus now, I think it is worth noting it, at least from an industrial perspective. In many ways, what Canada is trying to do right now is a lot harder than what it was doing during World War II, where it was able to benefit from the industrial input of the United Kingdom and the US, both in research and development, and also shipping over equipment to help them start up their own production. Where a lot of this stuff now is Canada is doing a lot of this, trying to build a higher tier capability than it was during World War II, when it does not have, say, the massive mobilization of multiple large industrial powers behind it. Because I mean, to be blunt, building something like Type 26 is, in the World War II equivalent, it would be like, say, trying to build the equivalent of, say, something like a Cleveland class light cruiser or like a modern light cruiser, as opposed to, say, like lots of things like the Flower class or the older pattern or there's destroyer escort types, things that Canada pumped out in World War II. Those are comparatively much simpler ships for the era, even just for the era compared to, say, a modern ASW frigate, which is one of the most complex ship types, surface combatants you can build in general in the modern era because the demands are so tight.
Absolutely. Well, we really hammered that one into the ground. Thanks, Phoenix. Thank you.
Sorry, I motor mouthed, but
and also, I needed it. I actually needed that. I am revitalized. Fleet's
No, you're
back.
not.
Yes, I am.
Sit back down, old man.
Never.
Yes, Timu, next.
Where were we? So I probably should start with the Discord question first and go from there. Thoughts on the F9F Panther? Do you think it's the best jet fighter aircraft for its time, or do you think its Korean War service is overshadowed by Sabres? Also, do you think the F9F is better than the Sea Vampire or the Seahawk in its performance, firepower, etc.? The F9F is in no way the best jet fighter of its time. The Vampire and the Venom exist.
Yes, it's in the queue, technically speaking, Slayer.
The Vampire and the Venom exist. The F9F Panther is the United States Navy's first all-jet fighter. And even then, it's overshadowed by the Fury, the thing that preceded the F-86 Sabre. Everyone forgets the Fury came first, the Sabre came second.
Yeah. Still alive on us, Fleet?
Yes, just doing some research.
Yeah, you just went incredibly quiet for a sec, so... Sorry if I'm not talking too much, I'm just quickly doing some admin on the questions document.
There we go. But yes, so yeah, the F9F is not the best jet fighter of its time at all. There are other much more capable aircraft.
Honestly, in some regards, I'd almost argue the Meteor is not that bad considering the later models that are available at that point in time.
Yeah.
There we go.
What strategies, Timu? So we did a Discord question, YouTube question. 9631.
It's
In
this
the world
one.
of Azure Lane, the first Siren War, the Sirens destroyed every single major port city on Earth but one, New York. Three questions. 1. Take away the aliens in Azure Lane lore as a result of the Siren attacks. Control. 90% of the world's oceans were lost. International trade was destroyed as ships were sunk. Sea routes cut off. World economy collapsed. Followed by a social economic deep decline as humanity retreated from the sea. Any iron collies, any person held were lost. What if a group managed to knock out follow up? Well, the first one's not a question.
Yeah, first one's a quantifying statement of take away the aliens.
So the first one. So the next question is, if a group managed to knock out every single major port city but one, how long would it take them to get going again, and how would it affect the world's powers? This happens around 1908. I hate to break it to you, but I'm going to point you to the exact same question you asked in Brew Ships.
Yeah, that's why he's asking it here, because he was told to.
No.
Do you not remember?
Well,
yes.
Yes,
Clark even said it on Brew Ships.
Yeah, but the problem is the answer is going to be the same. Because
I don't think you really answered it though, because it was got jumbled up, and you didn't actually answer it because it was placed into multiple segments, and the chat was basically causing it to be problematic.
No,
He also wanted someone who
did
knew about
answer
Azure
it.
Lane law.
Yeah.
Yes, but the
Or how
Azure Lane law doesn't come into this.
I think this shouldn't be that hard to answer from a real world perspective, right?
Like,
Because could
it's
you not
every-
hit a major port in the world? If the Russians and the Americans decided to agree with it, they could certainly hit. There's like what 4,200 something major significant ports in the world. You could
Yeah,
hit all those with
definitely
nuclear
doable.
warhead and knock them out for a period of time. How long is really hard to say, because what you are going to do is you're going to kill a staggering number of people, both through direct effects of knocking out of whatever you use to knock out those ports, and also the inevitable starvation. Because you have to think of how much food flows through ports.
It's
So
1908,
honestly,
so
I wouldn't even want to
slightly
try and
different.
calculate that. It's going to be staggering.
It's 1908,
how long
so
it'll
it's
be.
slightly different.
Ah, okay, sorry, never mind. I was looking at the
Probably
one I saw in
worse than
Discord.
1908 though.
No,
Like,
it's
if something does manage to take out all the ports in 1908, there is going to be a lot of problems.
Oh yes, but there's
Like-
going to be far less.
Just because
A
just because you don't have sort of this series of ports that are sort of like Felix though is, where it's a major port that's disconnected from any major settlement.
Yes, but also
And
more
At
some
this
regards-
point,
yeah,
And in some regards, sheer reduction in numbers of major ports actually might make it easier for this global non-alien threat presence is to try and destroy them all.
and I will, but I would also point out that assuming that they're just destroyed and then that's it, and we're getting going again.
They will be rebuilt.
Because it's 1908. It's actually fairly straightforward because most ships of the era carry their own derricks if they're general purpose cargo ships, because they can't guarantee that whatever port they visit is going to have cranes to handle their loads.
Mhm.
So, as long, so that's not a problem.
it's sort of a case of it only becomes crippling in the modern era because modern container ships require a lot of specialist kit to unload with any sort of efficiency.
I mean, this also kind of depends on, at least if you're talking about older ships, it also depends on the exact loads of those older ships.
Yeah.
Because some of the heavier items you're going to really
Bulk.
struggle with.
Bulk could be a problem. So
Bulk will definitely
colliers,
be a
As
problem.
Anna's point
colliers,
here,
grain.
destroying all the ports before large-scale nitrogen fertilizer production is a thing is not good.
Hmm.
As you don't have a lot of the fertilizers would just no longer be able to get there. Oof.
And by this point in the world, it is worth noting that there are a lot of countries that are net food importers.
Mhm.
But that's a significant portion of
Indeed.
India.
Oh, here
that's
he is.
Oh, yeah,
That's
we already
Aussie
commented it
Europe, too.
earlier, Fleet.
Here he is.
Yeah.
I knew he was
It
coming.
always is fun. Clark.
Oh god, that laughter is amazing.
Hello, Dr. Clark.
Hello. I felt it was good of me to pass this on to you.
You're
I
welcome.
felt,
This
I
is
felt
this.
with your core of people, you were far better placed to answer this than I
This
was.
is just what I
With your group
needed.
of experts.
Yep, CQ, Fleet, right now, basic sums them up.
That is about me. I'm just not right now. I mean, I'm much better than I was. I'm much better than I was. Yeah.
Because honestly, the more interesting, I'm assuming the idea that it's taken away from them and basically replaced with, instead of aliens with super advanced positron lasers and all that, all sorts of stuff. If they basically now replace these
I mean,
science
alternatively,
fiction people with actual ships that somehow managed to do this, which would be a very large invasion force.
Dragon, it's really quite simple. We just Halifax explosion every harbour. Like,
yeah, basically.
You just put three heavily loaded munition ships in every harbour and just snap fingers and they all explode.
What did they do to that poor B1 Lancer gunnery officer? They've butchered it.
I don't want to know.
Yeah.
Yes.
Honestly,
But yes,
if
hello,
the sirens are still a thing, it's a much more interesting question.
Yeah. Also, hello, Dr. Clark.
Yeah.
I have no. I is not ideal.
Don't worry, we're gonna just keep pumping him full of iron brew until he eventually manages to get enough iron back into him.
Well, I have to say today, I've actually taken a bit of a day off work. I haven't done any recordings or anything, and I really
Well,
should
it's
have.
nice. Yep.
Mainly because I've been spending the day working out, doing DIY, and working out how much paint I need to buy to paint my office orange.
To be fair, the Phoenix, I would be scared of the sirens.
Oh, you're gonna
Like-
hang on.
Or
You
which
missed the
sirens are you
joke I was
emails,
going to
and
make.
Right, sorry.
I just haven't done any actual work other than
Right.
emails.
The video where the guys just runs through singing terribly, matching their exact pitch and confusing the sirens, so they don't know what the heck they're doing.
Right, no. I
Bear in
would,
mind,
like,
I only know the mythological sirens. I'm not
Right.
familiar with AL lore at all,
Right.
so just
Azure Lane sirens are hyper advanced weapons from a future humanity that got wiped out by a multi-dimensional well, not multi-universal entity that they couldn't defeat, so made the sirens so that other versions of humanity might have a chance to fight this multi-universal threat, and the sirens will hopefully get humanity to the point where they can do so. The problem with this is the sirens also do a very good job of killing humanity.
This feels like a really, 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 really shit way to solve
feels-
a problem.
Well, when-
of the Dark Forest.
To be
but,
fair, if it's a solution got together by humans, that can be understandable, because let's be honest, humans do not always come up with the smartest ways to solve problems.
It's also implied that the sirens are very out of control and not doing it properly now. It's been going on that long with some of the meta ships.
And in general, Slayer, Purifier is the one I'm the most scared of because she has anime references.
No.
She literally has anime powers in the lore. Like, yeah, no, I can just grow to giant size because I want to.
Well,
Timu,
wouldn't
we
you
are
want to do
on the
that?
questions.
This is technically speaking connected to the one night ask, Timu, but yes, we can indeed.
Anyway,
Speaking
so, yeah, Dr. Clark, hello. Fleet is not happy.
What do you not
I'm
have?
jealous that Clark got a day off.
I lost my job. Literally in the
Oh,
last hour.
What?
I'm sorry.
Why?
Because apparently I was not getting fast enough in my 4th week. So, yay, unemployed again.
What did you do?
Okay,
Like job wise?
Yeah.
Yay.
I said I find it a little bit.
That's a little bit sketchy.
Yeah.
Fu, this is going to sound strange. What point is your probation up?
Probation?
Your probation, yeah.
Don't have
Yes.
one.
Yeah.
Don't have one because I work through agency. So,
Your agency. And you were in your 4th week, right?
literally started my 4th week today.
Okay, have you checked what the agency contract rules are about people after they've completed their 4th week?
It's hiring. It's basically leave or be let go without any notice. Unfortunately.
It depends, Moe, in the Britain. It can be varying. It depends probation.
No. Some contracts can actually, in the nicest way, they can end up having to pay more for you after you reach 4 weeks. They can have to pay more to the agency once the staff has done 4 weeks in post.
Well, then why wasn't I let go at the end of this week rather than the start?
Probably
Because
'cause
if I let you go on the Friday, the day when you're literally going to be into that phase the following Monday, then it's going to trigger things with the agency. Whereas if I let you go on a Monday for an unspecified reason, then it's not got close enough, and I can claim, well, it's not my fault.
Right. I see.
So it's worthwhile checking what contract your agency works under. And if that's the case, it might be worthwhile having a chat with, if you've got a friendly person in the agency, going, they pulled this trick. Have you sent other people to them before? And if you find out there's a pattern that they've had people before,
Agencies
and
don't
they've done
tend
it.
to like it when people do this to them.
yes,
They get
but
very
also
annoyed.
agencies don't tend to notice because they're so busy till someone points it out to them when they do it.
Yeah.
But having
Really-
seen what happened to a company when Reeds found out that they were doing it to them, in the nicest way, that was not a good way for that company to go. Because that company, which was very much dependent upon agency staff, suddenly found that no agents, they'd been blacklisted amongst the agencies.
While I
Actually, they
appreciate
operate like hotels.
while I appreciate all of your support, and I really, really do, I can't help but wonder: is it really worth all the hassle for a minimum
Yes.
wage job?
But right,
Having money to pay for food to eat is
Yes,
usually.
I'm aware of
advisable.
that, gentlemen. The problem is I would be
Well-
going through a process I wouldn't be getting paid for going through this whole debacle.
No, but you would get a lump sum at the end if you
People
win.
that come after you as well.
Also, I believe Timu's been waiting for this question for a while now.
All right, we'll get to it.
I know. I'm just trying to make sure you at least get through a few questions, so you don't have, even more weeks of catch-up worth.
I have to. What strategies and vision rate? Also, support me on Patreon. Anyway, what strategies and vision decisions would a leader in the UK need to adopt to recreate Shinji Shogo's transformative impact on Japan's rail system, overcoming financial and political challenges to introduce a similarly groundbreaking high-speed rail network in the same time period? You basically cannot, because the problem with the reason that you see these incredible revivals in Europe and Japan is because they basically have to start again from scratch. Their railway networks are that bombed out and destroyed. The problem that the UK had is that its railway network was battered, bruised, and damaged, but it wasn't bombed out and destroyed.
Yeah, the trouble is the Royal Air Force, the US Army Air Corps, and the Royal Navy were very good at destroying railways.
And that goes for France, Denmark, Norway,
Yes.
Germany, Italy.
And I would like to point out, before people start thinking, excuse me, Alex, which particular section of the Royal Navy are you talking about? I'm talking about Royal Navy destroyers, which turned train hunting and train destruction into an art form, and U-class submarines in Italy, which decided that every tunnel in Italy which ran along the coast had to have some commandos delivered to it and be bombed.
Train Busters Club. The Train Busters Club would like a word.
This is the problem. In order to do a transformative
HMCS
impact...
Hydra, I think HMCS Hydra is positioned where she is because she's positioned at the nexus of several important railways in Canada and North America, basically. And she's there to remind the trains that they're to run on time, otherwise the Royal Canadian Navy will find some
doing a very good job
for her.
then.
They're doing better than they could otherwise be.
True.
If she wasn't there, it'd be even worse.
But, what was I going to say?
At this point, technically, I think the trains don't believe that the Trudeau government would actually give her the 4-inch ammunition. But if it gets annoying enough, I don't think the government will have anything to do with it. I think that the general people of Canada will find the 4-inch ammunition for Haida and tell her to have a happy hunting time.
True. So, the thing we're getting at is that the reason why the UK's modernisation plan basically failed is that it tried to do to the UK's railway network... It basically... The problem is that because of the level of destruction inflicted upon the French railway network, the Dutch railway network, the Belgian railway network, the Danish, continental railway networks, and the railway network of Japan, the governments were willing to vote in the vast sums of money required because no lesser measure would do. Whereas for the UK, once the railway networks were rebuilt to operable capability, and were running as...
Why are we paying for any more?
Yeah, and the modernisation...
After all, the future of transport is road, isn't it, my friend? The railways are old hat, they're old-fashioned. It's going to be all cars and lorries from now on,
The modernisation plan was actually trying to do everything at once. It was a government scheme borne out by the government, whereas the British Railway Executive far more favoured a gradual phased electrification stretching out from London in all directions, but gradually, slowly, step at a time. Reach a city here, and you gradually stretch the introduction of electrics, and you run the steam engines down. Basically, that was the whole point of the standard steam locomotives. Was they're there to keep the network going until the phased electrification is completed in about the 60s and 70s, and then the steam engines bow out. Sorry, not 60s and 70s, 70s and 80s. Unfortunately, the government saw what was going on in Europe, and they saw what was happening in America, and the government got greedy. They wanted to have their cake and eat it. They wanted steam to be gone. They wanted diesels in there, but they also wanted some electrification as well. So instead of the much more measured and very affordable and deliverable modernisation plan for British Railways, you got the all at once, everything, push all the buttons, do all the things, adopt all the modern technology, test it all at the same time. And it didn't end well. And it left-
Pete, have you studied any history of British governments? Because I'm worried that you're kind of surprised by them doing that.
What gave you the impression I was at all surprised by this?
The way
Your
you genuinely
tone
sound,
and, the
yeah, your tone,
and
the
how
sound.
incredulous you were at the idea they did it, rather than depressed and sarcastic.
No, I'm not incredulous. It's more the fact I was parroting the tone the British government at the time would have used. I mean, to be fair, the whole concept of British Railways was a bloody mistake. The government should have just paid what was owed to the bloody Big Four in the aftermath of the war.
Right. I mean, I'm going to do the thing of saying, British Rail actually did have some pretty decent uses, but
The Big Four and its employees were owed a lion's debt for their service during the Second World War, and they
yes,
got
but we also know that's
betrayed.
not how this works.
Yes, but I would also say that the privatization concept which has gone through, whereby the costs of railways, i.e. the lines and the infrastructure that underpin them, has separated from the profits of railway, i.e. the operations of the trains and
Is ridiculous.
the charging for tickets,
It's ridiculous.
is one of the most absurd things you could have ever done.
Like, this is what I've said. Either have it national, or have multiple private companies. But don't do this weird halfway house. Like, if Thatcher was going to nationalise...
Don't do weird halfway house unless you let Transport for London style railway operations become a alternative railway operator that can take on railway operations around the country. And basically you always have the threat of, well, there is this government organisation which can actually run quite efficiently and do it well. And if you muck around, they get the contract.
Doesn't really work.
It does work in Transport for London's area. Or there again, though, they don't try and use government lawyers. They hire a Magic Circle law firm to enforce their contracts. There is a small difference, it turns out, when you try and use underpaid civil servant lawyers versus when you go, right then, which of the Magic Circle law firms would not like to have constant investigation for their parking mistakes? Really, you would. In return, you're going to be our headhunters whenever we're dealing with commercial companies.
Oh, that's very funny.
Do us wrong, we will sue you. Because that's the other thing. Transport for London has actually sued their law firm in the past.
Oh, that's very, very funny.
They hired a new one, sued the old one. It was pretty. It was really pretty, and ever so slightly, you would have to be evil. But we'll leave that to one side.
Right.
It worked.
Okay. So that was Discord.
That was
Any
a Discord.
YouTube questions?
Yes, there is.
From Knight.
There's a couple from Knight.
Most of them are related to Azure Lane, but there is one that isn't, which is so as HMS Repulse was due to be retired before the war started, what would her guns and turrets be used for? As she didn't have enough for Vanguard. No, the whole point of every 15-inch capital ship being retired was that the guns and turrets were to go into a pool to be used for Vanguard-style vessels. Even Repulsor's turrets would have gone into that pool. Because you can always have spares. Spares are useful. Because, congratulate, you got 3 spare twin 15-inch gun turrets. Yeah!
Was she meant to
To
be?
be fair,
Wait.
what you're also there's an assumption here that all turrets which are taken off ships are actually able to be returned into operating condition.
Oh
for the
yeah,
new
completely.
ships.
Like it may be that that Repulsor's turrets aren't used, and the only thing she contributes are her guns. The turrets may be scrapped, but the guns will probably be retained.
Was
There's
Repulse
also
meant?
there's
Was she
also the
actually-
possibility that, let's say, Resolution's only 2 of her turrets are considered in good enough condition to transfer over, and Repulse there's only 2 considered good enough condition to transfer over for various things. Maybe they've got a default from testing, or they got damage during World War One, which was rectified enough to be used on the ship, but not something you want to pass on to a new ship.
No, yeah.
And so, yeah. So, it's a case of there is expected to be some wastage. I think it was broadly expected there would end up being about 6 Vanguard-type vessels, seems to be on the various ideas and plans.
Makes sense.
And by that point, they were expected to be running up enough 16-inch gun ships that they didn't need to worry about keep producing them.
But they were supposed to be very nice stopgap.
Yeah, Henderson has a whole plan for. Well, yes, because the Royal Navy wanted to be able to get up to 21 to between 21 and 24 capital ships by end of 1942.
It's also worth pointing out that the Vanguard,
In their pre-war plan.
the six Vanguards are basically hard counter to the Kriegsmarine. Anything the Kriegsmarine can realistically build, the Vanguards can just deal with. Which frees up any more modern capital ships to fight in the Mediterranean, or, more importantly, in the Far East.
That's pretty much why the British need 21 capital ships, but also there is a bit of a factor that there is a reason why. Well, Vanguards are fast battleships, but the British take on a fast battleship. They're the fully armored battlecruiser, a line of fast battleship.
Oh no!
And the reality is, when you're looking at is the British are seeking a replacement for Tiger, which has been out of service for a few years by that point, and Repulse, and to sort of supplement Renown and Hood, which were going to get modernized. But you have to remember the modernized ships were supposed to carry them through to 1942, and then they were going to start getting rid of those ships, which is why they're not modernizing all the Queen Elizabeths. Then why they're not modernizing Repulse as well as Renown and Hood. Why they're not modernizing all the R's. They only did Royal Oak. Literally, it's because those ships are supposed to get them to 1942, and then they're going to start replacing those ships as well. There are even plans of eventual replacement of Nelson and Rodney.
So when was she actually planned to be decommissioned then for this, then for Repulse to be basically removed from the fleet then? Because I can find when she was recommissioned, but because she had a lot of minor refits done to her between the 20s and 30s, so
yes. But she was also the one of the three battle cruisers, the one judged in the worst condition by that point. So pretty much, if we consider the Vanguard class, and we consider HMS Vanguard herself is laid down in Well, she was officially ordered in 1941 and laid down in 1941. But they planned to lay down one of them in 1940 and then one in 1941, and sort of like that, and have them in service as quickly as they could. So probably Repulse would have gone when Vanguard 2 entered service.
I do wonder what the other Vanguards might have been named.
They were going to go to V-class names, so a nicest way to have a look at the V-class SSPNs. That's going to give you an idea of what at least 4 of them are going to be called. There's always the possibility that one of them ends up getting called Victory, but probably not. The other option is have a look at the V-class, various other V-class options that the Royal Navy has at the time, V-class destroyers, etc. But let's be honest, Vanguard, Victorious, Vigilant, Vengeance. Victorious, of course, had technically been assigned to an aircraft carrier by that point. But there are a fair number of other V names were available.
Vengeance.
I need my mech warrior for vengeance. Anyway, before Fleet loses his mind again. Wow, 4th time this week.
Moving on.
Yes. So,
Discord.
where was? Yes. Chord of the Dis. Where did I put? Where was that? Was yesterday. Next is a Discord question, which is, I believe, CJ. What do you think about these abandoned Russian ships? I am questioning where the salvages are, because that is an awful lot of very useful scrap metal sitting there that no one is claiming. I will answer another Discord question quickly, because I
don't even know what those ships once were. So
yeah.
Okay,
so now it's each of question.
Russian ships.
Knight. Question 2113. What would be more useful at Suez? A refit Victorious or an Admiral Shackleton AW2s? What would have been more useful at Suez would have been the UK actually talking to its bloody allies. That would have been more sodding useful.
What are you talking about?
It would have been useful to have informed the Americans what we were planning to do at
Suez. They knew exactly what was going on.
Yes, but well, they didn't know
No, there is no way in that period the British could have organised that. Considering how many American officers were based at British base at that time,
No,
there is absolutely no earthly way it gets organised without the Americans knowing what's going on.
Yes, the difference
Now,
is
here's
though.
the thing.
Let him finish. Let him finish. Fleet. Let him finish.
If the British and French had completed it quickly and had gone to plan, the Americans would have been quite happy with it. But it didn't get completed quickly. Things bogged down. Everything took longer than it was supposed to be. It's kind of like a run into a recent conflict where everyone thought you could go in wham bam, thank you ma'am, and you get the job done for a certain power. And it turned out that the power you went in and did that to was not going to go down so quickly. And that caused the problem because that opened up opportunity for the Soviets to get involved, which caused the Americans to get involved in the way they did to try and balance out, and it becomes a Cold War mess. But very quickly, there were definitely factions, if not the entire government in the US, who knew exactly what was going on. And were just as involved as the rest. Because, again, you cannot... If you consider the sheer number of American officers on exchange in the Royal Navy at various points at that time, and the example I often give is, look at 1982 Falklands War. Michael Clapp's staff, as it constituted pre-war, contains an American officer and an NCO and another allied NATO officer and all these things, and he has to send them home so he can take on British officers to take on their roles. And they have to do the handover to the British officers because no one else does their job. And tell those officers what they're going to do. Because they are joint NATO taskings.
One thing I will...
And the thing about NATO is NATO came into existence in 1949. So you've had, by the time of Suez, you've had those posts in place for 7 years.
Well, in that case then, given what you've said, at Suez, a fully refit Victorious is probably more useful because well, the Egyptians were getting their face kicked in by the British and the French and the Israelis anyway. It's just that they
didn't get. It was expected that the armed forces would turn on Nasser and depose him.
It didn't happen.
And that didn't happen.
But conventionally, we were still absolutely wiping the floor with them.
It's just that the phase of the operation, which was expected that senior officers would turn on Nasser, didn't happen for some reason. Basically, the senior officers decided their troops would probably kill them if they turned on Nasser, so they didn't do it. Because he was actually incredibly popular with the public.
He was, and that was something that we kind of...
we forgot and didn't take into account.
I mean, we probably should have...
It's one of the... Let me put it this way. This is one of those most immaculately organised operations from intelligence perspective you can ever really look at. Apart from they don't appear to have done any taking into account of what the feelings of the actual public involved were. They just presumed, and that made an absolute... I can say this on your channel, I can't say on ours. What the fuck?
Yes. Haha. Wow. It's the lesser spotted Dr. Clark swear. Everyone, quick.
Yes, and I thought...
Put it down. Put it down in your notebooks.
I think Gunny Highway's phrase fits.
That's about right. Amazing. So, question 2. Why did the USAAF and later USAF still use 50 cals on their fighters and adopt cannons much later than USN fighters? Especially in early versions of the Sabre, while the Navy had cannon-armed F9F and F2H as built. I don't know why the US Air Force stuck with machine guns instead of cannon for as long as they did. When everyone else is moving to cannon. There must have been a reason for it, but I don't know it.
Because the 50 cal is sexy.
Yes, it is.
Because the 50 cal is good enough.
Also, as I recall, it's not. Like even during World War II, the problem was they had tried cannons, and they were never either reliable enough or never good enough. or to them did not offer enough improvements over what they thought the 50 cal would do.
Yeah.
In my opinion, and from what we've seen, this was very much disproven.
Yeah. I mean,
when everyone else is moving to cannons as well, it very much showed that those cannons pack a hell of a lot more punch.
I mean,
Which is
Korea
why
was
the Navy did also see this to a degree.
I mean, Korea was the
That
death
takes
knell
you on.
because if an F-86 catches a MiG-15 in its gun sight, yes, it can put a few thousand rounds. Like, yes, we can shoot it down. It might take a couple of seconds. If the MiG-15 catches a Sabre in its gun sights, the Sabre evaporates in a hail of 23 and 37mm cannon fire basically instantly.
Now, I just need to quickly... Because theoretically speaking, you could actually argue the Spitfires in Korea were more heavily armed than the Sabres.
Probably.
They had 4 20mm.
Yeah.
But then again, the
Fury certainly were, and they were shooting down all sorts of things.
Yes.
Then again, the Spitfire Mark 24 is when they go kind of mad.
Yep. That's about right.
So,
I love the way you presume under that argument that at any point in the construction design of the Supermarine Spitfire, there were sane people involved.
oh, there were. I presume, Clark, you've seen the less sane designs. Like the tandem wing Spitfire.
I have worked with all of them, including the Gullwing version of
Yeah.
the Gullwing Seafire, which was basically a Spitfire airframe with gull wings, which was designed in about 1938. And if it hadn't been shut down, would have been the Royal Navy's single-seat fighter for World War II. Shut down by the air industry, who went, we want the Navy, we want the submarine to concentrate on on providing us. But let's be honest, that Gullwing, as me and Drac have discussed on many occasions, that if the war had held off for a year and the Royal Navy got that Gullwing fighter into service, Lord help anyone in the world, because the Fleet Airarm had already ordered the Griffin engine and others, and basically the plan was that was going to get probably a Griffin engine or something similar and still be the same weight as a Spitfire, but with gull wings.
Let's see if I can quickly find the
So
one I'm thinking of.
So next is a YouTube question.
YouTube.
How much is Langley's Knight 681 asks? How much can Langley's demise be put down to her design? Basically none. Her design has nothing to do with her demise. Basically, considering that by the time she's sunk, she is an ex-carrier, now a seaplane tender, built on an old collier. And I'm sorry, but Langley's demise can't really be put down to her design, given that she's hit by... oh, what's that? It's bomber clock. Let me have a look how she died. Let's have a look. Yeah, she took five. She took 5 hits from 16 250-kilogram bombs and 3 near misses. That would do a lot of damage to a lot of other unarmored carriers.
And please note, to actually be sunk, she did take some more 4-inch shells and 2 torpedoes.
Yes, but that sort of bomb hit to an unarmored vessel, like an unarmored carrier.
Well, that was a fire which they couldn't put out, yes, but in the nicest way. Once they got the fire under control, they decided she wasn't survivable and they had to sink her themselves.
Yeah.
And they did have to sink her themselves, because 2 torpedoes and 9 4-inch shells are going to do that.
Yeah. Her loss is operational rather than any fault of her design. Okay, so... in this picture of Battle of Samar, the machine gun ports on the middle and right side Wildcats are covered with something, while the left starboard Wildcats gun ports aren't covered. Was it typical to cover gun ports, or was it a mistake to launch the planes without taking the covers off? Those are the fabric coverings. And what those are, is those protect an aircraft when it's being delivered and hasn't yet seen action. They were periodically replaced as well. It basically prevents dust and other detritus from getting into the guns. But as they're made out of fabric, when you pull the trigger, the bullet goes through the fabric with no loss in ballistic performance at all. It was a genius solution. And no, there was no downside to covering the gun ports. It was all net positives all round.
Okay. And you have been warned about what's going to be your first question next week on brew ships, right?
No.
Oh?
Space Battleship Hosh versus Space Battleship Yamato.
Oh, yes!
You can't do that to
Well, no,
me.
wasn't it Space Battleship Hosh versus Space Ironclad Victory or something?
No, Space Iron. We already had
something
Hosh.
like that.
We already had Hosh versus Captain.
Captains.
It was a space battleship. Oh, what's her name? The cruiser he's in love with from Spain.
Cruiser battleship. No. That wasn't spaceships. That was just ordinary Palaio versus ordinary Hosh. There was space battleship one was.
The question coming is going to be space battleship Hosh versus space cruiser Palaio.
Battleship Palaio.
Do you think you could even fit a wave motion gun in them? I don't think you could.
It's going to be an interesting discussion, which frankly, me and many of the brew ships listeners are looking forward to hearing Hosh work out around.
I'm just trying to think because
I don't get paid.
On average,
I don't get
Space
paid
Battleship
enough
Yamato
for this.
increases the caliber by about 20 millimeters. So Yamato goes from 460 to 480 millimeter positron shock cannons.
I don't get paid enough
So
for
I'm
this.
just wondering how well would the positron shock cannons work in Hosh's mountings?
I don't get
Or
paid
would they
enough.
do it the AA gun style?
I don't get paid enough for
You've
this.
got an entire week to think about this. Think about this food.
I don't get paid enough for this.
You don't get paid anything until.
I was about to say you get paid.
You're gonna get.
Hang on, where's my
If you send me your
stipend?
address, you'll get a very nice book then through the post office.
Yes, well, that's awfully decent.
Hey, I wouldn't trust me, Philly. I wouldn't say no to that. Books are books. Books are useful.
And this is a brand new book which has been sent to me to review. And I've been sent an extra copy for Fleet, so I'm sending it on to Fleet.
Give you some good reading material.
It will be good light reading, actually. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Where was I?
The history of British naval gun mountings
Ooh,
from
That actually does-
1890 onwards.
that does actually sound interesting.
Where?
When that releases, I might have to pick up a copy.
So,
Yeah,
we did a
it'll be 45
YouTube
quid when it comes
question.
out. It looks good, but yeah,
We
we're going to
need-
review it on book review, so just
I am not suffering crippling depression, Chandler Lord. It just hit me a bit hard
Yes.
happening all at once. I'm fine now. 96831 asks question.
Wait, it does.
Oh, no,
give
I
us
missed
time
one.
to do a couple of things today.
Wait. You made yeah. I'm
Chandler
Missed a few
Lord Chandle. What other things?
Oh, there are all sorts of things we can get up to, my friend. Don't worry, I'll get in contact with you tomorrow.
What?
Well, yeah, there's all sorts of discussions coming up. Don't worry,
Right.
it'll be fun. You'll
Am I-
have fun. You'll
am I-
enjoy it.
Yes, I will,
You know,
but I
this is
can't.
gonna be
I can't buy
glorious to
food
listen
with
to.
enjoyment.
You know, it's like when I keep
I know
hearing
you-
about these Red Fleet timeline reviews.
Oh, good, that's going to be fun.
I still have to liaise
this-
with Rex on that one.
Of just how is it really worth upgrading all of these ships continuously for so
It's like-
long?
I've got to have a chat with Foxo about our artist because because I basically need something for Fleet and for need sort of. I think I'd like to do like VTubers do, where they have a sort of small cartoon that flickers whenever this person's speaking. I think I should have one for Fleet and
don't
one
have the
for
processing
Runon
I don't have
on
the
my
process.
channel. So when I'm doing brew ships and they join me, as they don't join me by video, so they can't be seen by public, they need some sort of representation of them.
Right.
Honestly,
okay,
that could actually
so-
be very useful for trying to make sure people don't accidentally overtalk each other.
And whilst Runon I see definitely as a very stylish electrician, some sort of really cool VTuber sort of style
Sexy
but electrician
female
motif.
electrician. That's an idea.
I think Fleet needs something special in his own way.
I am not liking
Special in his own way.
this.
We will be nice. We will leave it as Fleet, so he's not he's not going to be swapping anything. We're not going to make him a character of host or anything like that. But I feel there are so many different motifs we could draw from. You know, a sort of maybe a slightly mole-ish person who has bits of model railway sticking out of his hair or something like that. I feel, so between you and me, we can come up with something which really sums up their personalities.
I don't get paid enough for this.
You get paid?
Well, if you think about it, his main love currently is French and Spanish. So he's either a bull or a rooster.
I don't get paid enough for this.
Philippe, do you want to try and move on to the next question
Yes!
quickly before you
I
get
think
it
he's
wrong?
probably more a rooster than a bull. I think I see him more as a rooster than a bull.
This is Chandelord's one, I
Or am
believe.
bit-
Fleet.
yeah.
It's
Actually,
I mean,
actually, this is a quick test in the chat. What do we think? Do we see Fleet as more of a rooster or a bull?
Well, you say
Please
that.
say in the chat.
You say that, Steve.
There
But
are
actually,
too many
there's
jokes
al-
to make about this. Like,
There's already some stuff in the works for getting a host ship girl.
I'm sad.
Yeah.
Get my PayPal to work.
Right, can I please?
Yeah,
Please.
go on.
I think Rooster is winning. I think Rooster is winning.
Fleet just right, Fleet. The more you let it distract you, the worse it's going to get. So just power through it.
You, from Chandel Lord Chandel, you have to assign each of the TF2 mercs a ship type class each. Which ones and why? Okay,
God.
so medic gets. So medic is so. So
ice cream ship.
so
I would say
scout-
no.
I don't know.
I would say the medic gets a Q ship.
No. Medic gets a unicorn class.
No. Yes, he does. That's a good idea.
That's a good
Yes.
call, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, but like a slightly modified unicorn class that could also do basic repairs to other ships as well as aircraft.
The reason why I said it's a Q ship is Q ships could be used for repairs. It could be used for transport. But then when they finally go, that's it. I'm sick of you. They pop open the side hatches and up come the 6-inch guns.
True.
Because
Yeah,
the healing is not as rewarding as the harming.
That is. Yeah, that would probably work. Okay, so for the scout, I'm probably going to give him an Omaha class cruiser. It's got torpedoes and guns. If it gets you within range and it can hit you, it'll hurt. But if you shoot at it, it's going to die really quickly. But it's really
No.
quick.
In
no,
that case,
Capitani Schnellboot.
But even better,
No,
because
no.
it's even faster.
The scout will be a Schnellboot. Really
Or-
fast, really hard hitting, but only a couple of
Shuttleboats don't
shots.
scout. They don't have any range.
or I would say there's at least one option as well. Mogador.
Ooh, yes.
How fast
Yes.
can we go with
That
the
would-
bonking torpedoes?
Technically,
And also,
Capitani Romani can outpace a Mogador, though. So
yeah.
I'm
So
still,
that- that
I'm
may be-
still gonna vouch for the Capitani, but
Yeah, Capitani's also a good one.
Yeah, you got a point there, you know. So there is that. So I do actually have for scout, so Capitano Romani. So scout.
Soldier.
So who's next? Hang on, let me just get the TF2 mercs up because I have actually forgotten. I know all
everyone
of them.
needs-
She literally just gave
purely
you
for
one
the
there,
sheer rate
soldier.
of fire.
Okay, so all right, so we have scout. So scout, soldier.
Medic's being covered.
Yeah, so medic we've done. So soldier is a soldier is a Baltimore class heavy cruiser, just a brawling, tough. He's not a battleship, because he's not quite got the reach of a battleship.
Yes, he does.
No, you'll see why I say that in a second. But thing is also he likes to get in close and personal and occasionally melee his enemies. So to me,
Don't pretty much everyone in TF2 like melee though?
yes, but it's more I'm leaning into this being him being a heavy cruiser of some kind. Probably
No.
Zara.
Okay,
I don't know.
controversial idea. He's an ESA class aviation battleship. Hits heavy with a rocket launcher and rocket jumping. That's essentially
well,
being an aircraft.
Carrier.
No, it doesn't.
But you can actually get kills as a soldier, which is not what you'll do as an aviation battleship. You just get killed.
Whereas a Baltimore will just.
I don't know.
casually-
It's fun tormenting fleet and warships customs with
I
hybrids.
don't want to think about it. So Sniper is a battleship, specifically USS Washington. with Admiral Leopold.
What?
No.
No.
Yes.
Oh boy,
Warspite
here we
or
go.
Scharnhorst?
No. Sniper's a carrier, mate.
No.
Okay, but
Half the time, he's not even spawned in.
Just
No.
because they got the longest range hits in practice does not necessarily mean they were going to be the best gunnery ships of the war.
I
Yeah.
would still give Warspite a pretty good go for her gunnery though.
Yes, but the difference
I mean,
is
she
that
had a
sniper-
battleship-sized target that was sailing in a relatively straight line. That they were both plugging away at each other. I think it's one of the things you got to think about World War II, right? There are only so many cases where battleships are actually shooting at battleship-sized targets when they're engaging with their guns against other surface ships. Calabria is one of the only stand-up gunnery fights in Europe at range with an actual fleet scale, right? Which I think helps Warspite out significantly. I mean,
Also, Warspite has basically one-shot people, which snipers can do. Looks at you, basically German destroyers in Norway.
True, I will.
So-
she
yes,
was playing
that
cleanup on those.
Yeah,
Yes,
and that
but-
was close range.
But
Work
it's
on all those,
but
that gun
it
work.
still suits
shooting
it
a cripple
more
is
than
not
necessarily
necessarily.
Washington, because what did Washington really do in
She
most
demolished
other
a battle
than
cruiser at point range,
And-
at close
and-
range. I mean,
and
I
of
think
course,
it's more like
and of course, you know, there's also the 5-inch guns going to town on multiple targets at the same time under local control during the same engagement.
I'd look at the 6-inch doing the same thing as that
like a-
Warspite with the
like
4
a-
and the 4-inch.
But the reason I say she's sniper is because she's basically doing the spinning top routine when she's being engaged by the destroyers after smoking Kirishima. So it's the spinning sniper firing in all directions at the same time.
Hey, hear me out here. Sniper should be Enterprise, or one of those. A target that hits you from very long range, you don't know is there until you're dead, and can kill large groups of enemies very quickly.
To be fair, then you're left with actually illustrious because of Taranto.
Yeah, I was about to mention what about Taranto.
You guys are really insistent on making sniper a carrier, aren't you?
Well, it's because
Well,
they make
the
it
question
kind
is,
of
what
makes the
ship
most
has a
sense.
piss jar?
That's because, don't take this wrong way, but battleships I see more as the tank of any organization, any group. They are both going to deliver a lot of damage, but they're also going to be able to take a lot of damage.
Yeah, heavy weapons guy.
And there's nothing else. There's nothing else which really fits that profile in your group.
Yeah, so heavy.
Whereas a
weapons
carrier
guy.
does fit the sniper. That does fit the sniper.
Yeah, you're probably right. So in that case, then, well, if the sniper is a carrier, then the heavy weapons guy is a battleship, but it can't be a Russian battleship because he hates Russia. He seriously hates Russia.
It would.
Well, it's also like, find me a modern Russian battleship
Also-
in World War II.
And as much as I have a lot of time and affection for the Ganguts, purely for the fact that they just keep the original Italian dreadnought design and shape alive for so long in the world, and so therefore the first design of a sort of dreadnought battleship is kept alive in the world for such a long time. Yeah, they're not really going to fit the criteria.
Honestly, I think for so if Soldier, if Soldier is either a Baltimore class heavy cruiser or an Iowa, aka a fast ship that can deal damage and take damage, but isn't
I actually agree with
incredibly
Moe.
tough.
Heavy's Rodney.
I'd say it's going to be a Baltimore.
Yes, heavy is Rodney. Heavy is absolutely Rodney.
Yeah, and there is a good reason for that, because let's be honest, whilst she hasn't achieved the longest range hit, she is the one which, in every single fight she gets into, is wading in head first,
Well,
going,
also-
"Come to me! I will wreck you with all my guns!"
Alternatively,
Plus, then there's
come
also the
here,
whole thing of
babies.
that
Heavy
Heavy
has
can,
6.
as I recall, Heavy can get a speed boost.
Yeah.
In the game, so
Yeah.
Rodney burning her engines out, and potentially when they do need to go and punch her, well, she's got her torpedoes.
Yeah.
Dragon, it fits even better because heavy speed boost drains his health.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
It gets better. It gets better. Come here, Bismarck. Heavy has 16-inch shells for you.
Yeah, we kind of said Medic was probably unicorn-esque thing.
So
or
Medic
a
is
Q ship,
unicorn.
but-
Pyro is a tribal.
Pyro's
or
a tribal.
Fletcher. Yeah,
Actually, I
tribal or a
disagree.
Fletcher.
I actually would have said the tribals go to Demo Man
No,
because Demo Knight.
no.
Yes.
Demo.
Right.
Well,
Have you seen how aggressive tribal captains are?
Yes, I'm aware of that. So that means they're either that means they're probably more suitable for scouts. Because scouts are also incredibly aggressive. But the problem with giving it to
because Demo Men have still has a decent gun.
Yes,
which
but
the 4.7s do work.
Yeah,
and then they will charge him with swords.
Not really.
Is Demo a proper ship, or is he a special forces group?
It could be,
that's cheating.
But I mean, personally,
actually, honestly, if you're talking about a vessel which was involved in the most covert operations and demolitions of World War II, you're talking about U-class submarines.
Yeah, it doesn't. That would work. They
literally did demo operations and actually pioneered a lot of the modern operations with special forces and commandos were pioneered by U-class submarines operating from Malta in the Mediterranean, doing nasty things up and down the North African coast and Italy. And when I say up the coast of Italy, there are unconfirmed reports that one of them might have gone straight into actually Rome's harbour to see how close they could get. Yes.
Ah, interesting.
So yeah, so the demo,
the U class were little nightmares.
Yeah. So demo is a U. The engineer. Now look, buddy, I'm an engineer. That means I solve tactical problems. Honestly, I don't think the engineer is a ship. I think the engineer. No, I think the engineer is a naval installation like Pearl Harbor or Taranto or Scapa Flow.
It said ship. Engineer. It said ships.
Engineer is Vestal.
Yeah. Vestal, honestly, I'd still give a reasonable argument for potentially Casino.
It's Nano or Vestal, because Vestal is essentially dispenser here.
Yeah.
Problem is, though, we also have the engineer's ability to actually be in combat relatively effectively, and the sentry gun, which therefore leads me to
combat might be a bit generous.
No, engineers are very good in combat. If you haven't played Battle Engineer, you haven't lived.
Yeah, but it's much more of a gimmick.
It's not the intended role by any means.
But yeah, okay, so I'll give you that. Well, the spy.
I think you're maybe you're actually thinking wrong. I'd say if I was an engineer, I'd say destroyer tenders. Some of those ships.
Yeah, that would probably work. Or basically just tenders generally.
Actually, here's a weird one. Scotland. Yeah. I solve problems. I have a little bit of everything.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Although for the spy, it's actually the easiest one. He's a Hilfskreuzer. The spy is a Hilfskreuzer. He sneakily, if he's caught in the open, he's dead. But if he gets the drop on you, he can kill you. But he might die himself, aka HMS Sydney. But the rest of the time, he will kill you and you will die. He's a Hilfskreuzer.
I feel like maybe a submarine would be better pick just because.
Yeah, but the problem is that doesn't kill anyone. So a spy kills people. He's a Hilfskreuzer.
I feel like a submarine might be better because they can actually, they're a serious threat to warships, whereas a Hilfskreuzer is not usually going to be a serious threat to a warship.
The problem is, Phoenix, I get where you're coming
with them.
I get where you're coming
from. The thing.
But
the great thing, yes, is to really hunt warships with submarines too, but some navies had that doctrine. But
I mean, I do get it, but the problem is a submarine doesn't really disguise itself as opposing ships, and we do actually have, you know, the thing is, Phoenix,
there are
spies die.
Definitely cases of disguising submarines as fishing vessels and such.
Yeah, the thing is, spy dies usually after getting a kill against an actual team member that's actually a frontline combat asset, aka a sniper, scout, heavy, etc. But he usually wins if he gets kills against demo man, engineer, or medic, aka the ships we've said are usually weaker vessels. So therefore, again, Hilfskreuzer, because Sydney is sat right there.
John, Clark?
I have an alternative. The Abraham Christensen.
Yeah, that's one I mentioned. The Dutch ship that disguised itself as an island.
It doesn't do anything though. It just sits there disguised as an island.
It's a minesweeper.
Yeah. And half your spies don't do anything either.
That doesn't match spy. It doesn't match.
It doesn't because
right.
Well, you can also go with the tribal class destroyers because the amount of time the Royal Navy made them look like other fleet ships.
No. I'm sorry. Best one. HMS Campbelltown.
Actually, I was going to
HMS Campbelltown.
Or, as an argument, Admiral Graf Spee. Because she disguised herself as a French ship multiple times. And did
American.
engage, and actually engaged in combat. So, if
I
you
think
want
it's Campbell Town though.
Do you think it'd be weird if I painted my bedroom walls silver?
no, depends on the shade of silver.
I was going for blue for the kitchen, for my kitchen space, orange for my office, and silver for my bedroom and bedroom.
Not the worst of colours. Personally, I despise orange.
Basically,
that's just me.
I am painting my house iron brew.
Yeah, indeed you are.
Oh, heck.
But
Oh,
shall
no,
we move on then,
you-
Fleet?
You should, Clark. You should. After a weird form of iron brew I found in America, paint it cherry red.
So,
No,
That's
moving.
not iron brew. That's
I found the same
Uh,
stuff. I found the same stuff in Scandinavia. It was
No,
no.
Fleet, that was a YouTube, so Discord name.
Yes, so Discord question. I hope I get to Chandler's question on Discord because I'm looking forward to that one.
I hope you get to Fox's one from last week, which she's re-put.
How do you see the Battle of Trafalgar going if you place all RN ships with towns and counties and the French ships with Algeries and Galissoniers? The French have 8-inch guns. The British only have 6-inch guns.
No,
counties
counties.
have
The British, the sheer volume rate of fire and the thickness of the French armor is going to lead to a massacre.
I mean, the British have counties, but Algeries is a better ship than the counties.
Well, also, look, I think the question is what ratio do you replace, say, heavy cruisers and light cruisers with versus
I assume heavies are replacing first and second rates, and anything that's a third rate or third rate equivalent is replaced by lights.
Mm.
In the first case, think about the sheer volume of 6-inch fire they're going to get in their engagement range.
Yeah, that's gonna, and also
Think about the
also
sheer number
torpedoes.
of shells.
Torpedoes
Think
as
about
well.
how think about how much armor they've got. You know, yeah, it's
27, 4 to 33 and 5. Basically, six ships up in terms of the ships of the line on the French and Spanish side.
yeah.
That's a whole bunch of 8-inch guns.
Mm.
It wouldn't go too well.
Yeah, it's
Your
gonna.
only hope there would be that the towns can pull their weight.
I will point out it is gonna come down to who
They can't, will they?
The towns will pull their weight.
It is going to
Yeah.
come down to who lands the first set of debilitating hits. That is what it's going to come down to.
That kind of
And
favors
again,
the French
that's-
then, because a lot of the British shells are like common type shells or SAPC types, and they're not going to be nearly as good at punching armor at long range as the French shells.
No, I think you're thinking it wrong. You're thinking of the debilitating hits as punching through the armor. Think about how many of those French bridges and command structures are going to be wrecked before they can start getting their gunning aiming going in, because the sheer volume of 6-inch shells going around. They're going to be mission killed and then followed up.
It depends though, because if the fight gets closer, sure, but long range gunnery duels are going to favor the 8 inches.
But
Generally.
it won't be long range gunnery duel because the nicest way there's not going to be. It's not going to be a long range gunnery duel.
We're talking about a knife fight.
Oh, so we're still
talking
using
about-
Trafalgar ranges. Okay, that's a different story entirely then.
No, even if it wasn't using Trafalgar Ranges, and the way because there's this weird theory in the 1920s and 30s, and it comes out quite a lot that you're going to have long-range gunnery duels between cruisers. But every time anyone tries to practice them in exercises, they don't work and they never hit each other because the fact is that for the long-range gunnery duels with cruisers, the cruiser targets are not big enough at long enough range for you to engage at the maximum range pre-radar. So, when you're talking about this, and I'm going to presume it's pre-radar, pre-World War II, so it's when most of them don't have radar at that point. Some of the British ones do, but the French ones definitely don't. Because if you have the British ones all having radar, the French ones don't get radar till post-World War II, most of them. So, in a nice way, then they're completely dead, even in a long-range engagement, because you have gunnery, you have radar-controlled gunnery. But if you are talking about the average cruiser engagement range, it was 18 to 24,000 yards. At which point, the sheer volume of fire from the 6-inch guns is going to overwhelm the 8-inch fire. So again, whilst the French will have an advantage in terms of if their 8-inch shells they're going to hit harder. The volume of 6-inch shells are going to incapacitate those ships before they actually can do that, because and this was the maths the British basically did, and one of the reasons why they focused in on the light cruisers like they did the 6-inch gun cruisers, was because they worked out that if they had 12 6-inch guns, they were putting up roughly twice the amount of high explosive in aggregate than the 8-inch guns would be putting up, and the number of shells was the average 8-inch gun is going to get off about 4 to 5 rounds a minute. The average 6-inch gun is 8 to 10 rounds a minute. So you work that out. Once you've got 12, you've already got a 50% increase, and then you've got 8. If you're doing 8 versus...
Oh yeah,
6,
we have wartime examples
and
of long
those
range rate of fire.
and those shells on... Yeah.
Like, I was like, if you want to take a Cape Spartavento as an example, right? So the Italians fire off about actually exactly 658 shells for 3 hits. The British light cruisers fire off 2,893 6-inch shells, also for 3 hits. Barrack has her 8-inch guns in play. She doesn't score any hits though. But
yes, but again, you're comparing Italians with the French, and the Italians had far better visual gunnery control than the French did, and carried more visual aiming systems than the French did on their ships.
I mean, that's fair. I mean, I'm just
again, you're comparing apples and oranges here. We're talking about the French and the British ships, and we're doing a French-British analysis. If you want to put the Italians in instead of the French, that's going to change the metrics again.
Okay, no fair. I mean,
Jesus Christ, Dr. Clark, easy.
No,
he's making a fair point. I don't apologize for anything. I'm just. Yeah, no, if it would make enough of a difference, then certainly. I mean, I think it's just one of those things where I'm not entirely certain that you would just because it's like when you have cruisers, and it would also depend if they're standing in line versus maneuvering freely, which is also an interesting point, because at least as far as French and Italian doctrines went, they were usually thinking about smaller numbers of cruisers, so they're much more willing to engage in free maneuvers. Whereas, say, if it's like Trafalgar scenario where you have like 30 cruisers, then you might not be willing to freely maneuver because, you're in a formation. You might hit other ships if you do that.
Whereas British doctrine was, even with the large number of cruisers, was they would be probably practicing something like the A to K line doctrine, which means they'd be subdividing into groups of 4 to 5 and operating together in those sort of squadrons. Honestly, the interesting maneuvering thing would be how the British would approach it, because I think you probably find the British would try and do a multi-angle thing. But again, the British have the advantage. If we're talking about all the real problem with these ships is if we go historically, the number of British towns which, let's say, pre-war even were fitted with radar when they were in service. Fitted with radar in 1939, pre-World War II. Those ships are going to have a massive advantage in terms of guiding in their ships. Even not at nighttime, even in daytime, in terms of their gunnery range. And frankly, so you have to try and make it as artificial in some regards to make it fair, because again, if I remember exactly the details on Cape Spartavento, pretty much all those hits for the British came from the cruiser which had radar. Guided radar on its gunnery, HMS Manchester.
Yeah, I believe so, because she got the 3 hits on the destroyer, yeah. Actually, no, hang on. It might have been Southampton, actually. Hang on a second.
No, it was Manchester.
Double check.
Can we could probably do with
moving
you
on.
want to move on?
A little bit, tiny bit.
Let's go then. Schnella.
Me and Phoenix are having fun.
I know you're having fun.
Yeah, but Clark, I enjoy this as well, but it's more a case of I'm looking at the list and it's just getting bigger.
Oh, good. Everyone asks a lot more questions.
No.
A lot more questions. Make Fleet do about 2 extra ramblings this week.
And make sure they're all
I think
deep rabbit holes to dive down, yeah.
Wednesday and Friday are good days for extra ramblings, aren't they, everyone? We all agree.
Well, he already does one on Fridays, Clark.
Yeah, I think he needs to do one on Wednesdays as well. I think we need enough questions to make sure he's doing them on Wednesdays as well.
He's got Empire at War on Wednesday.
Wednesday is recorded video day.
Why not both?
Well, that's good. That means you can do both.
Like, you're no longer having to stream, at least on Wednesdays, in terms of what's called Empire at War half the time. So, anyway, moving on.
All right. Knight
Can I also say that
6831.
Leslie is tormenting me with pictures of Iron Brew at this precise time?
Knight 6831. Out of an ocean liner and a converted collier, which was a better basis for a first aircraft carrier? Ocean liner, easily. Like, yes,
It's faster and bigger.
Yeah, a converted collier may give you lots of decks, a really easy hangar, but it doesn't have much long-term capability to provide carrier operational skill levels. A converted ocean liner.
It's basically comparing Argus and Langley, effectively.
Basically, yes.
Neither's particularly brilliant.
Yeah.
Hermes is the best starting point.
But what is
show is a really good starting point.
But neither of those are conversions.
No, that's the point.
And in so saying, Fleet doomed himself. What about Ben?
Oh no.
No, because no one would dare bring up Ben with me on the channel because they would get chapter and verse of how fecked by politics that poor ship was, and how, frankly, it was the Kuznetsov of its day, in that someone please kill it now.
Honestly,
there's nothing wrong with the Kuznetsov!
What really hurts me about Byrne is that she teaches all the French a lot of really bad lessons that they then apply to Joffrey, or Joff, or however you can pronounce her.
I think Byrne's cute, but she is
really
a bundle of
annoys me
problems.
about the Byrne is she was originally fitted with turbines and could have gone 3 to 4 knots faster. With the way they were going to change the armor for a carrier form, and they take out turbines and put in triple expansion engines because one of the politicians involved, brother, supplies the friggin' triple expansion engines.
All right. Moving on.
Navy politics in a nutshell.
And they make it atrocious. And then you have the lift design. Why? 3 different types of lifts, 3 different shapes. And don't get me started on the racking and maneuvering system for the blooming aircraft.
Honestly,
why on earth would you have a system whereby you have to lift your lifts
What
up
have I
to
done?
lower the aircraft down?
What have I
Why
done?
would you do that?
I gotta get the picture of this for
Phoenix,
chat. Hang on.
it's one of the things I actually love. World of Warships actually goes out to demonstrate it in harbor. So you can actually see it bring planes up, and in harbor it will bring it up, and it's a really good way of showing just how weirdly bonkers that lift actually is.
Steve.
What they don't show is that those lifts also have to lower. They use rails to transport the aircraft onto the underside of those lifts to lower them down into the lower hangar for maintenance, and they have to do that again to get them out. And that system is the system which then inspires the Germans to develop the system for the Graf Zeppelin.
Yeah.
And you go, it's an atrocious system in the first place!
Steve, there's...
Why?
What happened, by the way, Slayer, is Fleet mentioned Byrne, and her going, well, what about Byrne, when talking about converted carriers and carriers.
I am sick of people bashing the Kuznetsov. Yes, she's not exactly perfect, but she's not as bad as everyone says she is.
No, she was fine when she does it. No, next way, the way she's been maintained has meant that now it's a mercy killing to put her out of her misery.
I mean, she's had a boiler replacement, and they fixed a lot of the issues in the last 4 years.
So, wait.
In the nicest way, there is a running joke, not just on bilge pumps, but also in NATO headquarters, about what kind of cursed burial ground the poor thing was built on, with its run of luck as it keeps going on.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, because this could just be entirely hearsay, but from whatever, haven't they literally got entire sections of the ship like welded shut? They don't know what's going on in those sections.
Used to have. There's she's had a 4-year rebuild to basically gut and replace a lot of her problem sections.
So it's quite plausible there was some sort of ritual conducted aboard her.
In the nicest way, we're talking about a 4-year Russian rebuild.
I'm aware.
A 4-year Russian build.
Dr. Clark, I am very well aware.
We are talking about a nation which sent apparently their Black Sea flagship into combat with most of its systems, which has so been fitted in a use of refit, not actually fitted. We're talking about a nation where a captain sold off the propellers of his frigates.
I am aware, Dr. Clark. Thank you. I don't need reminding of Russian incompetence.
I do not place much faith in their 4 years of refit.
The problem is Kuznetsov is not Slava. She's their only carrier.
Fleet, for your own sake, do you want to move on before you dig yourself a deeper hole? Like, at this point, you've stopped using the shovel and you're starting to get the excavator out.
Okay. So, my dear friend,
Moving swiftly on. Moving swiftly on.
In my experience,
Moving swiftly on.
unless it's got a nuclear reactor,
Moving
they
swiftly
do
on.
not pay much attention to it. And even then, I worry about it.
Moving swiftly on.
Yeah, of the carrier, here we go.
So, how do you see the Battle of Trafalgar going if it's the 1870s Prussian fleet instead of the Franco-Spanish fleet? The Royal Navy gets annihilated in about half an hour. Because that's some very powerful broadside ironclads and turret ironclads against wooden sailing ships of the line.
Yeah, not a lot of them, but they'll do the job. I mean,
If it's against the Royal Navy of the period, then it's goodbye Vienna for the Prussian fleet. They're never getting there for their holidays.
But if it's Battle of Trafalgar historical, then the 1870s Prussian fleet basically is invincible. It can't be hurt.
And the only thing that's going to save the Royal Navy at that point, and the world in general from being taken over, is because they're all so perfect specimens, they're all going to break down and require 1 million different spare parts of about 5 minutes after winning the battle.
I mean, alternatively, there is also the third option. The Prussian fleet realizes where it is, realizes what year it is, and signals the RN saying, "So, you're fighting Napoleon. We're Prussian. We also want to fight Napoleon."
We don't like him either.
At which point, you get something even scarier happening to the world.
I mean, the Prussians are just...
Nelson with a Prussian deputy commander and those ironclads under his control.
Oh, because the thing is, everyone forgets most of the ironclads in that fleet, apart from a few, can be run under sail alone.
Here's a fun conversation I had today, which was comparing admirals to the characters on Habitual Line Crosser.
Oh, heck.
And I decided that the F-35 is equivalent to basically Collingwood.
Oh, flippity
And the F-22 is Nelson.
Oh, bloody hell.
But I wasn't quite sure about the rest, so which admiral do you think suits Buff? And I was using Age of Sailor admirals, that was the limitation.
Ay.
Ooh. Not sure off the top of my head, honestly. But...
Well, the option I'd say for Buff is probably St. Vincent.
Mm.
The F-15, probably Duncan.
401 and 0.
Good work.
Yeah, that would definitely be a Duncan. But it's an interesting thing to think about. You know, you used to Habitual Line Crosser characters and go through them and work out which
SU-57. SU-57 is Villeneuve.
Yeah.
Like, he talks the talk, but he does not know his business. Next.
What about what? I don't know whether to do this in the academic phraseology or in the Habitual Line Crosser phraseology, but I'm going to go with the academic one because I've got a meeting tomorrow with a load of them. What about the China one? You know, what would the aircraft that one be? I think possibly.
Why am I getting a horrible thought?
I don't think they get. I don't think they get Suffren. I don't think they get that. I don't think they're going to get that. The Admiral. I do love the way the Royal Navy just basically acts as if there's only one French Admiral that ever matters. Suffren is the only one called the Admiral. Everyone else is called by their name and generally called an idiot. But when the Royal Navy says we're facing the Admiral, everyone knows it's Suffren.
I see. Right.
Next.
Yes.
Ooh, they could get a Dutch admiral, couldn't they? Oh, that
Keep
would
moving,
Clark.
Keep moving, fleet. Otherwise, we've got a lot more questions. And you've probably got an angry Foxo because she's got a question she's been trying to ask for a week or two.
How would the Battle of Trafalgar change in a meaningful way if the U.S. Navy from 1850, if the ships of the line were not cancelled, supported the Franco-Spanish Armada? 1850 is a problem because that U.S. Navy is showing up with shell guns. And some steam-driven vessels.
From 1850?
Yeah.
Are you sure that US Navy is showing up with those things?
By 1850, I think the US had some shell guns.
Have a think about a state of the US Navy in 1850.
In 1850, like, the real nadir of the US Navy is post-Civil War. The US Navy from between the War of 1812 and the American Civil War, while it wasn't fantastic, it wasn't the lows it would
The vast
sink to.
majority of the ships were laid up in such a way they were actually rotting, but yes, carry on.
I hate it when you hit me with flaxen logic. Stop doing that.
No.
Wait, black?
I heard flaxen logic. But...
Yeah,
he did indeed
that's
say that.
something very different.
I meant the words facts and logic, but I could hit you with a. I have a rubber mallet. Yeah, that could be. You could. I'd use that instead if you want.
Am I gonna have to look?
I
I
Fleet,
retired.
Fleet, just keep going. Just keep rolling with it. Just keep going.
Well, either way, you're not talking about such a capability gap in this in this case. And to be blunt, even if all the U.S. Navy ships are in full fighting form, it's not going to be significant enough to turn the tide. Nelson's still going to kick everyone's ass 7 ways from Sunday. Or, more accurately, Nelson himself isn't. The fact that his incredibly well-briefed captains and officers are going to con their ships to kick everyone's asses. Because that's the miracle of Trafalgar. It's not so much Nelson's command of the battle, it's Nelson's thorough briefing of his officers and his trust and faith in those same officers to carry the battle through to conclusion.
Yes, but you see that you say that, but then the most valued player of the match and probably the most stylish player of the match goes to HMS Africa, which did not have any briefing, any involvement in such things. Just turned up solo, saw the Royal Navy and the British fleet in one position, saw the French and Spanish and the fleet in another position, and charged so wholeheartedly solo at the French and Spanish that they believed there was a third British column behind her because they couldn't imagine, they couldn't fathom the concept of a 64-gun third rate soloing them. And she did. She soloed down the entire fleet.
Fuck it, we ball.
Indeed.
That's just peak. Let me solo her.
Yeah.
That's
so
basically HMS Africa that day is just, I don't care about anything. I'm taking you all on.
Next.
Discord. YouTube question. Channel Lord Chandel, you have to build a navy for the Pokemon region of Unova. You can use historical World War I ships. What ships do you buy? I don't play Pokemon. I don't know Pokemon.
So Unova's based off Manhattan, as I recall.
I'm
basically.
the maid, after all.
So, right.
I am buying probably Hermes because she's under construction at that time.
Yep.
Hermes style
Definitely Hermes.
carriers. I'm gonna say Queen Elizabeth class battleships because they're a fairly decent backline to have. I could go for an Admiral class, but I think I'll go for a Renown class battle cruisers. I think for my cruisers in World War One, honestly, I might as well go with Seas because, frankly, they're about the best cruiser design available in World War One. There aren't really much better than that. Destroyer-wise, I'm probably going with the Wicks, the 4-stackers from the US Navy, because they're pretty darn good. But you see, the US Navy, before people start considering I'm biased, they'll have a look. The US Navy's not building any cruise at this point. There's no real other options under construction modernized in World War One other than the seas. So that's your really option. The Queen Elizabeths are faster if you want to be able to support your battle line. They're not massively faster, but they are faster if you want to support your battle cruisers. And let's be honest, as much as I love the Admiral HMS Hood in so many ways, I think, honestly, there's a real debate in my mind as to whether to go with actually HMS Tiger rather than HMS Renown. And the reason I've gone with Renown is because it keeps it to a 15-inch standard for my capital ships, which makes it nice logistically.
Yippee!
To support them.
So the advantage we have also with Unova is Unova has one of the lowest number of water-type Pokemon in Pokemon. So the only ones you're actually likely to encounter are basically very aggressive piranhas and Basculin, though they mostly stick to rivers, but they do appear. And primarily you'd also be encountering Frillish and Jellicants, as well as Elmorolas. So overall, there's not that big of a threat from the actual Pokemon per se. I think
no,
Clark's
you can
definitely
use your battle fleet to mostly scare your human.
And I think Clark is entirely right. Where Hermes, we have a lot of very good flying types. And these flying types, operating from a carrier, could be horrifically powerful. Let alone if we can get some dragon types on it, like high dragons. So, yeah, I tend to agree. And if we manage to stick the Swords of Justice on destroyers, I pity whoever they get close to.
Yeah, you're basically, your only option is going to be the biggest destroyer you can get at that point, and which is going to be a Wix and Clemson, or the British equivalent's the...
Back in a tick, while you two are discussing this.
He says this when we're basically finished.
The 4 stacks are over. Yeah, he does. He does do it. We can carry on talking more about what we think his particular image should look like. Because as I said, I've got an idea for runes.
I need Foxo to. Yeah, Fox needs to try and get back in contact with your mother again, because she had some ideas for a VTuber style avatar.
Oh, didn't she does have lots of ideas.
What animal was it again? I can't remember the exact animal. She had the idea for the animal, but I don't. Was it the badger, Spiteful?
Yeah.
Right.
I think it was a badger.
So we can possibly pass that on then.
Yeah. Because she did think he sounded a bit like a badger.
So yeah, badger ship girl Hosh. Definitely workable.
Yeah.
Oh god, that's going to give Sol so many ideas.
Yes, it is.
And for Runon, I'm not sure what animal really, but they've got to be definitely, there's got to be a stylish electrician theme going.
Is it bad I almost see him as a chipmunk? Like from every time I've talked with him in the limited times or heard him, he's always that sort of very hyperactive, but also highly competent. Or she?
She's pretty tall.
So,
She is pretty tall.
Yeah.
Wait, she's pretty tall. She likes electronics.
Uh-oh.
She's a very qualified electrician, a massively qualified electrician.
Does she stick her head in the ground? Does she do it underground?
Does it normally do with higher voltage stuff, etc., of that sort of style? I think not underground electrics, but does dangle occasionally from buildings, sorting out stuff, and always seems to have a vehicle nearby to drive around in.
Batgirl. Lucky flying mouse that hang from power lines.
Yep, I think he's finally returning.
I'm gonna have to have a chat with Sol about it.
He does very good art.
And you see, basically, Fleet's one is going to, of course, have a
I believe it's actually his commissions are open. I believe
we are going to have to make sure Fleet has a proper new base model we can build from for the 3D and those things. Because if you don't have a proper base model, it just doesn't work.
Right.
Because here's the thing, Fleet. You literally left when we had finished the question.
Yeah.
And since you don't seem to like us going on with the questions without you.
If we give Fleet control of a system which has a new base model and he has the keys at his fingertips, the odds of him hitting the wrong key and ending up doing a completely naked stream as his VTuber model is very high.
Okay, so
Discord.
Banned off YouTube for a titty stream.
It's a Discord.
Do you think if the UK had a Malta or CVA-01 carriers that would deploy Naval Tornado,
here we go again.
Tornado would be better in every single aspect than the F-14? Maneuverability, armaments, radar. First of all,
hello.
I answered this one yesterday. I'm going to go shoot myself now.
First of all, let me be abundantly clear. Naval Tornado is not the replacement for Buccaneer. There would probably be Supersonic Buccaneer. Secondly, if Supersonic Buccaneer is not taken forward, Naval Jaguar exists. There will be no Naval Tornado. Enough.
Yeah,
done.
There will be, because there was ideas to develop one.
No, Dragon, sit down.
No, hey. There were people trying to sell it until they were told, they were asked a question, so what have you done about the undercarriage? And they went, what? What do we need to do about the undercarriage? Right then, let me explain things to you. And
this wouldn't be the first time that they've been sold a plane which is undercarriage and does not work very well.
But the Seafire got through it in World War II.
Doesn't work
under
in the
the
Cold
pressures
War.
of needing at least. In the
Yes.
Cold War, the British government is not going to spend that
Oh,
amount
I would
of
still
money.
say, I would still say
It
just
would
stick with
cost.
Buccaneers because
Yeah, they'll probably be
Blackburn Buccaneers are gorgeous.
It will either be Supersonic Buccaneer, or it will be some form of navalized Jaguar.
Or they will have replaced the Phantom with the F-18, and they'll just go with that.
I do like the fact that I brought Dr. Cloud down. Dr. Cloud. Dr.
Wow.
Dr. Cloud.
Cloud.
Dr. Clark. Dr. Clark round to the fact that Fleet has basically drumbeat into him that the British would buy into F-18, which I love.
Right.
it
I'm
depends on the
sorry, Dr.
situation,
Clark.
but
You're now a
There's not
Pokemon
really much
professor.
options. The CVO ones aren't designed for aircraft heavy enough to take the F-14 as an option. The Americans aren't going to carry on developing the F-18 as an option.
F-14.
At some point, the F-4s are going to the F-4s are going to need to be retired, which means you're left with the other option, the option of the F-18 or either the Hornet or the Super Hornet.
Or some sort of British development, which Knight keeps insisting they'd go with, and I keep saying no. The cost reduction of buying into Hornet is just incredible.
More likely is the Super Hornet gets a British influx of cash.
I think is people. It's hard to overstate how much of a service in terms of actual cost reduction to keep a fleet in service that the British government will see from buying into Hornet. It's incredible.
And also, what people are forgetting is the British, if they buy into the program, especially in this period, because they have quite a lot of active scenarios like it, probably get a construction license and build their own in the UK.
Yeah.
And set up a production line for the F-18 Super Hornet in the UK, which could lead to all sorts of interesting procurement options.
Indeed.
And all sorts of interesting.
I'm always
things from
pointing out
that.
Rafale as a possibility, maybe, but
Yeah, but that means we have to work with the French. And so
Also,
far
I would also point out that Rafale is far in the future when the RN is considering in a Malta CVO1 timeline.
Yeah.
Like that is far in the future. But thing is, what you might see is instead of buying F-35, well, they might the RAF
in China.
Yeah, the RAF might buy F-35, but but there will probably be the French will probably stay in the Eurofighter program, because if the British and the French and the Germans are in the Eurofighter program, there is the French being the French will probably go, the British have 3 to 4 carriers, we must have at least 2. So whatever Charles de Gaulle takes, she'll have a sister. If there's 6 carrier flight decks that need multi-role aircraft, there is enough of an order demand that Eurofighter will have a navalized version.
I was about to say there was already an idea for one, but again, if you're talking about
Again,
later on,
they were going to have to completely rebuild the entire airframe for it to work.
Yeah.
The thing is, Dr. Clark, the thing is that doesn't
also,
make.
You're forgetting why did the reason the French drop out of the Eurofighter program fleet? Please remind me.
They couldn't get a naval version.
No. Try again.
I thought that was the only reason.
No,
the French dropped out of the Eurofighter program because they wanted a lot of the work to be done in France, because they commit to the French industry and keeping French industry going. When they realised that the sharing wasn't going to be overwhelmingly French-German, it was going to be split around all the Allies, they threw a hissy fit over not getting enough of it, because their priority was supporting their own industry. The reason I describe it as a hissy fit is because they went into a whole way through a multi-power alliance and still thought they were going to get the majority of the construction. I think that's a bit of a silly idea.
I will point out that
it
is very impressive that the French did manage to come up with Rafale by themselves. It's actually very impressive, and I think they should be commended for that.
It is
Capability.
It is
the question of cost over number of airframes procured, which is always the issue with this thing. Which is also in terms of other partners, the Germans also tried to get one over on everybody else because they ordered a massive amount of Eurofighters to get the big chunk of work share, and then after the fact cut their order massively, which did result in some reorganization, but not as much as it probably should have to accurately reflect how many of these
basically the French threw their hissy fit a bit too early. If they'd waited longer until they'd ordered a whole load of aircraft, they'd have probably got it. They'd have probably got
2011, BAE did debut a navalized variant of the Typhoon, and basically the thing was, to quote, This is now thought to be substantially more given the unfriendly design in terms of adapting the airframe to suit naval operations. And if the Indian Navy pursues such a catapult-launched carrier, the Typhoon is completely uncompetitive against tendered rivals.
So
Yeah.
Honestly, if we so Eurofighter Typhoon will be procured for the RAF, which means that whatever naval fighter comes on will either be Super Hornet or it will be something else. Maybe.
Well,
Britain,
the problem is if it's
maybe
the problem for the RAF is if it's Super Hornet, and this is going to be a real problem for them. Is do they get are they persuaded they have to have some Super Hornets as well?
It's not. The
RAF operating Super Hornet is not a bad thing. And then when it comes to cutting fleets, in the 2010 Defence Review, is it the Eurofighter fleet which gets cut instead of the Super Hornet fleet?
So here's one I've just had the realization of. If CVA-01's built, we might not actually get F4 Phantoms on them. Because there was already a thing in progress for an updated version of the Sea Vixen that was basically built on if CVA-01 is built, this was what we want.
Oh, Dragon, I love your naivety.
I know Sea Vixen is not the good choice, but
no, it's
knowing how Britain's cost cutting.
No,
wouldn't surprise me they try it.
It's just no, because the British can get Phantom without any of the stupid modifications. So yeah. There's no reason not to go with Phantom.
Keeping production in the UK, I could actually see as a few different potential reasons, but
okay. So where were we? So that was that. YouTube question. Lions asks, what do you think of the new 40k boarding action game and any changes you would like to make and see? I have sadly not heard of the new Warhammer 40k boarding action game. Anyone know what he's talking about?
I know. Now, right, technically speaking, boarding action is already a set of rules in the game. So yeah, okay, by the looks of it, it's just a slight changing of the rules, and it's basically, what if we take combat patrols, but make it even smaller, and combine it with kill team? Because you've not got many models. In fact, I believe Glyn Stewart was talking about it recently in one of the channels, because he's got into a bit of a 40k addiction lately. And while I technically disagree with him, I think a Baneblade is a perfectly suitable vehicle to be launched onto an enemy battleship. He quite reasonably probably disagreed with that.
When in doubt, blame the Eldar.
Exactly. Yeah, I said, honestly, it's not something I've really looked into, but technically speaking, it's not actually a different game, it's a set of rules for 40k. You use special attachments, and you use basically the same set of rules, the weapons are the same. Yeah, explicitly, you need to use the Warhammer 40,000 core rulebook separately to make use of this book. So, yes. In my opinion, neat. But I don't play 40k for, 5-man battles. I play 40k for where it's a case of, yeah, this is my tank corps, this is the infantry group, and here are my old relic titans. Falchions, Fellblades, Astraeus.
Oh, for God's sake, next thing you're going to tell me you've got a bloody Castigator stored away for a rainy day.
No, because they don't make a model of one, and also, it's already very hard for me to get the funds what I'm after.
All I'm going to say is...
Dragon, do you not have a 3D printer?
No.
Okay. All I'm going to say is, even the 3D printed Castigators, you can buy actual real working cars for that price.
Admittedly, the Castigators are very impressive.
Anyway, I should probably move onwards. Your typical gunnery officer asks, why didn't the USN try out the Mauler missile? And I'm glad Phoenix is here for this one, as their short-range point defense missile as a competition to the Sea Sparrow. If it could, the missile could potentially arm a few Essex-class and Midway-class in the 60s, way before Sea Sparrow was introduced on USN ships in the 70s. Phoenix, take it away. This is kind of it's one of the areas in which you have some knowledge.
I mean, To be honest, I'm not super familiar with the Mauler because that's like an army program.
Well, you've got more experience than the rest of us.
God. Just look at the characteristics of this missile. 54-kilogram missile with a range of 8 kilometers and... I don't know. I mean... Well, it's also... Hang on, the US Army canceled it, so it might just never have been...
That's a point.
Okay, yeah, I don't
doesn't
hang on, let me
suggest
see.
too great.
Let me see if I can get a better source on this thing, because... 6... Okay, well, this could potentially be explanation.
Oh boy, here we go.
So, because in the early 60s, U.S. Navy had briefly considered using it as instead of MIM, but a RIM-46A Sea Mauler as a point defense missile system. But the Mauler program was plagued by all kinds of problems from the beginning. These included structural failures of the canisters during launch, thereby damaging adjacent canisters, problems with the new rocket motor with failures of its casing, aerodynamic problems, excessive drag and wing flutter, and guidance failures. The seeker lost lock immediately after launch.
Oh.
All these problems, yeah. All these problems led to reorientation of the Mauler program in November '63 towards a feasibility demonstration instead of a tactical system development. Tests continued through '65, but the program was finally terminated in November of 1965.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so it was just,
I think
it was
this
just
is
hot
why.
trash, I think, is really the answer
Yeah.
here. Not
You
that early
suck!
Sparrow was fantastic, but this is just a disaster. Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, it is worth noting that just like also the U.S. Navy was a little bit slower. A lot of navies were a little bit slower on getting to point defense missile systems compared to the Royal Navy. The Royal Navy really did get onto that very quickly with CCAT compared to anybody else. Like they had it in the 60s, and most everybody else really only like in the 70s and really 80s is when point defense missile systems really start proliferating in the NATO navies.
Welcome, Reaper.
Next question is from YouTube.
Next.
In an ideal World War II situation...
You missed one.
No, I didn't.
Gorbians?
Not on...
YouTube?
Not on YouTube. No.
Right, let's go wild. The aliens brainwash German crews during Rheinebung to defect to the US. What does the US do with these two?
I do not... Why do I not have that?
I'll just quickly...
What? Okay, there we go. No, I've got it now. Okay,
Right.
there we go. I've got it now.
Right, I was going to say...
There we go. Right, let's go wild. Aliens brainwash the German crews during Rheinebung to defect to the US. What does the US do with these two interestingly designed ships before and during the Pacific War? First of all, the US says, "Oh no, the Hipper and the Bismarck. Oh no, we've accidentally left them decrewed just outside Canadian territorial waters. Oh no, how clumsy could we be?" Honestly, given Roosevelt's in the White House, yes, they absolutely do.
While I know they're not really pursuing diplomatic relations with the Reich much at this point, that is still a very iffy.
What's the Reich going to do? Declare war on the United States? Because that's what Roosevelt wants.
It's more of a case of it's more the precedent it sets on the international stage.
I think the big issue is in terms of, say, does the Royal Navy really want the ships in the first place?
It's not.
Probably not. Like,
no,
they might want to have
not.
They might have
the
engineers look over
you
them.
might as well keep them interned and just let the Royal Navy get officers to examine them and find whatever technical information they want, or share them freely. In certain respects,
the reason why I want them off Halifax is so the Royal Navy can thoroughly examine them, in the way you can only examine a ship by tearing it apart.
To be fair, the Americans will probably do that for you anyway.
Yeah. That's what I'm just thinking. Like,
the
US will go, let's investigate this ourselves.
Anyway.
Nicest way, the easiest thing to do is actually not stick them in Halifax, but stick them in the Great Lakes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the other thing is also in 6 months.
Who is going to notice, especially if you listen to the accent groups between the people in the Great Lakes region, Honestly, there are lots of Canadians who can pass for the Americans of the region, lots of Americans from the region who can pass for Canadians of the region, and there's close enough integration and movement between the two that, frankly, no one's going to notice if a load of Canadians are doing it rather than a load of Americans. Other than they might be slightly more polite, but in those periods, I believe it wasn't quite as different as it is today.
Yep.
Yeah. And then in 6 months, the Americans are in the war with you anyway, so you can all crawl over it as much as you all want. I mean,
the Germans lost. Sorry, the Germans lost Bismarck, probably without even sinking Hood, which is hilarious and really,
No, they also
really,
lose
really,
Lincoln.
really funny.
Oh boy, Brackman. Don't think we'll get to that, but that is an interesting one.
Well, I guess I'm doing it. I definitely have to do something on Wednesday this week because, well, I don't have anything work that week. So,
I'll buy one.
next question is from Discord. Do you think the Sea-Cat missile system is better than Sea Sparrow as a point defense missile system? Also, no, Sea-Cat is not better than Sea Sparrow in any conceivable way. Why didn't
comparisons isn't closer to the Sea Wolf?
why didn't the RN try out the Rapier system on board their warships since it's a better system and missile than Sea-Cat or Sea Wolf?
No.
Since in the Falklands it can be used to engage low-flying Argentine aircraft attacking the fleet. First of all, that is a fundamental misunderstanding of what Rapier is. Rapier is a short-range system for defending ground troops against low-flying aircraft. It is not a point defense missile system that works on a warship. Why? Because Rapier is guided by the Mark I bloody human eyeball. With some assistance from optical gubbins, sure. But a very
Rapier
good...
is designed, actually, the problem for Rapier is it was primarily designed as in a Cold War idea as being something to deal with the helicopters and ground attack for aircraft over Germany during the Cold War gone hot scenario. Which is one of the reasons why it had the issues when it was deployed into the Falklands. One of the other problems was that when the people were plugging into a computer where would be the best positions to put the things in, they actually forgot about the ships in the water and San Carlos Bay, and they thought entirely about protecting the things ashore. Which is why the Rapiers were not quite so effective over being part of the combined ship defense. Honestly, though, if the questioner could actually make a good case of asking, would it have been better doing packing off twin 4.5-inch guns, twin 4.5-inch guns, than some of the missile systems? Because considering the way the missile systems were structured and designed for North Sea, North Atlantic works, they all had trouble with dealing with the sheer amount of mountains around them. There were no British systems down there which were really capable in that scenario, other than the guns, it turned out, because the gun radar was designed to deal with large bodies of land nearby, because it was able to also help with engaging land targets, specifically trains.
Woof.
Legacy of World War II, everyone.
Well, there you are, folks. Next question from YouTube. In an ideal World War II situation, how many heavy and light escorts would a pair of capital ships have as part of their task force in the Pacific Pacific combat zone? No, the one that we answered in Brew Ships yesterday was just generally. This is very much tailored towards the Pacific. So, if a pair of capital ships are operating in the Pacific, be it a pair of carriers or a pair of battleships, it depends. If it's a pair of carriers, you ideally want a fast capital ship with you as well. But apart from that, nothing much changes. You want a pair of heavy cruisers, at least a pair, ideally 4 light cruisers, and then finally you want about 8 to 10 destroyers. Dr. Clark, any thoughts on that?
You're doing okay.
That's about it. The only thing.
Doesn't it also depend on who you are as well? I guess potentially.
Not.
Well, because honestly, do you necessarily say if it's the British in the Pacific? I'm not necessarily sure I'd want the counties as much as I would personally want more light cruisers.
There is that.
Like,
Yeah,
I
we
want
have
some
to
more
there
sort
are
of
the fact
counting,
that the counties do have the advantage in that whilst the 6-inch gun is in dual purpose, the 8-inch guns are able to be dual purpose because they're able to angle up to 70 degrees.
Yes.
Much to the fear of the American Navy watching it, going, "What the friggin' are you doing, man? Oh, our 8-inch guns go up high enough, don't yours?" Witness
Bang,
a lot
ba-
of
bang,
American admirals
bang,
going,
bang, 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 bang,
"They're nuts. They're
Bang.
nuts. They're nuts. Please leave."
bang, bang.
Yes, he's done the Trafalgar question, Wellesley.
Bang.
Yeah, it's just more personally. I do get your point. Where I just for the Pacific, personally, I would probably prefer more lighter cruiser screening force.
Yep.
Also, partly because I do like the 6 inches rate of fire and the flexibility of say the towns.
6-inch is also very, very useful for AA work against low-flying aircraft too.
Admittedly, as Clark said, the 8-inch will probably also be able to nominally do it as well, but
big
the 6-inch
explosions.
is not as good as the 8-inch in the UK. It probably is better in the American, but at different mounts. The
Yeah,
8-inch
definitely
is
for the
probably
Americans. I
Right.
mean, but
for the British, the 8-inch actually has a higher angle it can go to because it can go up to 70 degrees, where I think the 6-inch can only go up to about 60. And that can be a big difference. Also, for some reason, the 8-inch guns in the Royal Navy's county-class cruisers all seem to magically work with the high-angle fire control system somehow.
Wow, what a shock!
yeah, well, if you set it up so you can slave them to the secondary directors, then you can do AA work with them. I mean, that was the thing for whatchamacallit. The
Careens.
Americans did that. I don't know if the Italian 6-inch ones were set up to do that specifically, but they did use them for AA work.
To be fair,
the Italians had a few other issues going on.
from what I've been hearing from some of the fire control directors and what the British engineers could do is, like on board Edinburgh, oh no, all of our ranging directors are out. Well, we've got this AA gun. We can use that to range the actual 4-inch.
Well,
We've just realised the bridge compass instruments we can actually, if we yell at the turret, we can use that as a ranging device for the 6-inch front turrets.
he's quoting Drac again.
It's just more a case of how nuts British engineers were at times.
Considering, as I wrote about in my book on Troubles, Battles, and Darings, on the Trouble class, there's an actual scenario where they're doing night operations, and technically you can only do those forms of operations and hold those stations if you've got a radar which is giving you a plot position display, a plot position indicator, right? That can only work if the radar is rotating, right?
Right.
Radar's not rotating, the PPI doesn't work.
Mm-hmm.
Half the British destroyers were supposedly not fitted with radar which rotated to give them a PPI, yet they were all apparently maintaining it perfectly. And there are lots of when you look at the discussions of some of the things later.
So what you're saying is the
this
actual histories don't match up, and that when in about 20 years' time, when everything becomes unclassified, we'll learn, oh wait, the radars did actually rotate.
No, what we're going to probably learn is that the crews, after seeing their colleagues having radars which rotated and how useful they were, adapted their radars.
Oh my.
And that's 10th Destroyer Flotilla, everyone. The same Destroyer Flotilla where the captain was given permission that in the scenario where he was given where he was sent the code word, which was basically free reign, because German surface vessels were detected coming towards the D-Day landings, he could order everyone out of his way, and everyone had to get out of his way. Admirals, convoys, everything had to clear the way behind him, and 10th Destroyer Flotilla could go do whatever was necessary to stop the German ships. And they were basically ordered they would do whatever was necessary, up to including ramming their destroyers into German vessels if necessary to stop them. We are talking about the action. This led to, of course, the quite interesting battle where two Canadian tribals drove a German ship to not only dive through its own minefield, but then beach itself to get away from them. And even that wasn't successful, as they followed it through the minefield to blow it up.
It makes sense. So
it wasn't just Spider and Huron.
It's
it was
the Dutchman!
Harry de Wolf.
Hello.
Hello, Dutchman. How are you
Wasn't
doing?
the captured Dutch destroyer also involved in that battle?
Yes, there was.
So I'm going to give this one to Dr. Clark for a second. I need to go and very quickly do something. But I will read this out. Sea Otters asks, if Forces, including HMS Victorious, arrived in Singapore 2 weeks ahead of when they actually did, manages to survive their IRL demise, how does this affect the Pacific War up to and including Guadalcanal? Do they shift the two fast and one modern battle wagons and aircraft carrier to the US Pacific Fleet to bolster them, or do they remain split? I'm letting Dr. Clark open that one while I'm away for a couple of minutes.
Well, in a nice way, if you do have Victorious with 4C, you're not going to have the same situation as happened historically, because you're going to have fighters, localized fighter control, and that's going to be enough signal to also bring in the fighters from Singapore. There's not going to be the same problems as you historically had. So, in a nice way, 4C is going to have a lot more fighter cover and a lot more air defense, and so that they're not going to be gone. In which case, there might be a good idea for the Americans and British to link up. But it's probably going to be a case of the British, probably Tom Phillips is going to end up getting command of ABDA command, and all those ships are going to group around him. They might get reinforced by Saratoga. They probably get reinforced by some of the other carriers, and especially if the British end up reinforcing with Warspite, Illustrious, and probably Indomitable, and possibly also Renown as well, sending out there to give them some more fast ships are viable. If they do reinforce with that fleet, then you've suddenly got quite a major force sitting down there that the Japanese have to deal with. So you're going to end up with a naval battle in that region where the Japanese have to send a Kido Battalion or something, because otherwise their forces aren't going to be able to overwhelm in that region as they did historically.
That's quite a scary abdicom, honestly.
Yeah, if you have that, also think about it. If you have Phillips' staff and Phillips' command group there in charge of it all, he has far more staff than the poor Dutch admiral who ends up taking charge. He has a far larger team. He can coordinate things far better. And honestly, that, as said, I reckon Saratoga at least joins up with them, and then you've got Saratoga, Victoria,
so where are we? Where are we? So where are we?
We've just got the forces together. Basically, in nice way, the Kido Battalion is going to have to come down to kick them out. And I don't necessarily think if you've got Saratoga, Victorious, Indomitable, and Illustrious combined together in a force, as you would have in ABDA command, I don't think that's going to require less than the full Kido Battalion to come and get rid of them.
And you've also got the fact that all 4 Congos have to deploy because there's Prince of Wales.
Because you're going to have Prince of Wales, Repulse, Warspite, and probably Renown as well.
I wouldn't even necessarily say the Congos go down there. That's a potential decisive battle for the Japanese. They might actually bring down the battle line for that. So you might see the Nagatos show up, because frankly, I wouldn't want to bring the
Yamatos as well, because they're both around at this point.
Yeah.
But the really fun thing is
combat operational.
The really interesting thing is if it happens, if the Japanese start heading that way, and their codes are cracked us historically, you might see the American Pacific Fleet carriers come charging across and combine up, and the Japanese get caught in a pincer between ABDA command and the Pacific Fleet carriers. At which point you have. Well, it's gonna. The question is going to be is whether the British attack, especially if it's Phillips. Does he do what Somerville wanted to do and do a night strike first? Because if the British hit the Japanese carriers and Japanese force at night, which they can do, because remember they've got air search radar for their aircraft and they are practicing long range strike, and if you've got 3 carriers that can launch the strike aircraft, that's quite a good strike mix. You're going to be talking at least about 90 albacores, probably. That's a decent enough mix that's going to cause a lot of trouble for the Japanese hitting them at night.
They'll potentially get the decisive battle they really want. It just might not be the battle they exactly want,
and it may not go the way they think it will.
Yeah, and just checking up on the Yamato status right now.
Their decisive battle was always the case of drawing the enemy in, attriting them, and then achieving decisive battle. So the thing is, it won't be a decisive battle doctrine, because decisive battle doctrine is always to bring the enemy into their area where they can achieve maximum support. If they're going away to engage, then that's not decisive battle. That's them seeking battle, and that's a different part of their doctrine.
That's true. Other thing I'm still think of as well is, potentially because they see it as a weaker capital ship force, they might still think they can get away with a straight up fight, but the carrier dimension will change that for sure.
And no way are they going to think that the Congos can do that, and they might think that if they have the Congos and the Gados, they can do that. But with 4 carriers, that's a full Kido Batai coming in. justification for that. And let's be honest, if you've got Saratoga, Indomitable, Illustrious, and Victorious together, that's a pretty nasty mix of carriers. That's a fairly strong air defense carrier force, fairly strong strike force, especially at night, and they've got Saratoga's force to bulk up their strike force in daytime. So yeah, that they can do some nasty damage.
Yeah, and just looking at the Yamatos right now, just because people are asking in chat. So Yamato's technically completed at the end of December, in mid-December, but she's not rated operational until February 42. Musashi completes in August of 42, but she's not actually rated operational until January of 43. So definitely no Musashi, possibly Yamato. But,
basically.
Yeah. All that is contingent on how the carrier action goes in the first place. So.
Yeah, I think honestly it's a painful fight for. I don't think anyone's going to be handing out free awards and free chances. So I think you will find a night strike, because Phillips is many things, but he's not going to go against Doctrine, and Doctrine is a night strike for the British with their carriers.
Which then means that if that goes well, the Americans are going to hit them hard in the morning with SBDs, but they're going to find a burning wrecked Japanese carrier force, which may or may not have also been engaged by British battleships during the night as well.
Yeah, well, that's the other fun thing. It's because the Japanese could find themselves dealing with a very... The Japanese have a doctrine of long-range torpedo strikes at night, which is a really interesting doctrine. The British have a doctrine of long-range air strikes at night, torpedo strikes, and closing with their guns pointed at the enemy ships until they see the enemy guns start to turn and then firing. So, that's a pretty nasty night fighting doctrine. It would be an interesting battle to see, but probably the British would just, especially if they're working with the Americans, if they do the strike at night with the carriers, I doubt they probably want to be close enough that the capital ships will be getting into action at that night. But it's a case of in the dawn you'd find the American strikes coming in, especially if they've got their Pacific carriers along there as well, and so those will probably take care of the Japanese battleships. And then the battleships of both forces, of both the British and the Americans, will be quite happily mopping up any cruisers and destroyers which are left.
Okay, so
the main thing is, under that scenario, I don't see Japan getting to Papua New Guinea or getting through Indonesia. I don't see them getting into the Solomon Islands and those sort of scenarios.
They probably don't.
They are going to be. They're probably going to be held back, and honestly, there's a possibility they don't even get as far. They don't even take Singapore, because if you've got that fleet behind you and the sheer amount of firepower the British will bring in that scenario, they're going to be hitting the bases where they're starting from. They're going to be hitting their amphibious landing zones and finding them, and they're going to be. How do I put this politely? There's going to be a senior enough British officer on site that when the general starts getting rabbity and weird, he's going to be removed from post.
Probably.
Because that's the thing. The naval officer was always the senior officer on site.
Yep.
The RAF and Army ran a joint command operation. The naval officer was always the senior officer on site down there.
Makes sense.
The other interesting thing is going to be, here's the thing: if Phillips does win that battle, then Roosevelt could say that actually Southwest Pacific Command, the Southwest Pacific Command has to be Allied command, and it has to go to the Royal Navy Admiral.
Yes.
So MacArthur's no longer commander of Southwest Pacific. And that's entirely Roosevelt just getting rid of MacArthur. That's entirely for Roosevelt. There will probably be American back in post not too long afterwards, but it's going to be long enough afterwards that MacArthur's going to be retired somewhere.
Some random guy on the flight recognised Dr. Clark's voice. Now we're both listening to the ramblings. Hello to them.
Oh well, farewell, Phoenix. Thing is, to cap it all off. Hey, Guy. Assuming that the Dutch East Indies don't fall, what are the Dutch doing with their fleet at this point? Since the Dutch East Indies aren't falling,
they're probably part of ABDA command.
Yeah, just going to be part of ABDA as like a just.
A cruiser squadron then, because you've got
destroyers.
You've got what? You've got De Ruyter, the two Javas, Trump's out there, I think.
Yeah, Trump
They've
as well.
got fairly good air defense fits, so they're probably linked with the carriers as the escort for the carrier group.
That's hilarious. How many destroyers were out there, Guy? Because I know Trump was leading the destroyer flotilla.
We had already 7 Admiral class destroyers over there.
Oh, those are the good ones.
They're the standard, like
They had
20,
dual-purpose
28s,
guns, didn't they?
29.
By this point.
not to my knowledge.
Both fours 4.7 inch.
They have 2 3-inch AA guns, 4 30mm Browning machine guns. Yeah, no. So they had some. Yes or no? Yeah. So okay. Oh, okay. So the. Okay, so the second group of admirals did have 40mm Vickers AA guns, but apparently they had massive problems. But that was solved in 1939. So the Admiralans aren't really that good AA vehicles.
Hey, Duda.
Yeah, can't find
So
too much about them in
the,
general. But...
So there is, of course, was Isaac Svers out in the Dutch East Indies, Guy? Because she's the most modern Dutch destroyer. And she does have
know that she
dual-purpose
did.
guns.
I do know that she was sunk in Sword, so no. She got to the Mediterranean. I'm
A lot of time with the Royal Navy's tribal class destroyers. I know that.
Then, of course, the Germans completed one, but that doesn't really matter. The Holland class are the post-war destroyers of the Dutch fleet. They don't really count, which is annoying. So Tromp is no Tromp.
U-380.
Yeah.
No, I'm not referring to Trump here. I'm looking at Isaac for this. She was sunk near Gibraltar.
So Tromp, as built and designed.
I'm going to be rude and toddle off and try and sort.
Yep,
There's
don't
something which
Fair
apparently has
enough.
gone wrong here, so I'm going to fix that. I might come
Yep.
back in a bit, but if you finished, I won't be. Thank you for having
Yeah.
me, and
Right
hope you have a nice evening.
Thank you.
Have a good evening,
Bye.
Clark.
So Tromp was if I remember correctly, Tromp was finished with her 5.9-inch gun, so she's not very useful in an AA role. But how do you pronounce that? Jacob van Hemsrecht? Come on, Guy, help me out.
Jacob van Heemskerk.
She was finished with a metric, I believe the correct term is a metric fuck ton of British 4-inch. 10 4-inch guns. Along with
As well.
8 40mm both 8 pom-poms and 8 20mm. Now, she's an extremely good AA vessel.
Yeah.
So she'd
She'll
probably...
definitely do her job.
She
do
would
her
probably
work.
be
was
with...
kept in the Med, if I recall.
Yes, yeah, because Tromp was in the Far East, I believe. Yeah, Tromp was
Yeah,
in
Trump
the...
was in the East and Heemskerk.
Yeah, during 43, returned to the Eastern Fleet, once again set sail for the Mediterranean. Yeah, she was mostly kept in the Med.
Yeah.
Though apparently she was removed from escort duty in 1942 to be sent to the Dutch East Indies, but arrived too late, and as such, basically then decided, let's not.
Yeah, Tromp basically served entirely in the Pacific for most of her active career.
So then, in this case, both the top class are present.
Yes, that's right! Also, it's surprising as long as that both ships lasted as long as they did post-war. Although...
They worked.
Well, no. It was actually Jacob van Heemskerk went out of service. Jacob van Heemskerk went out of service first because in 1951 she was done as a barrack ship. From that point on, Tromp, however, survived in active service until 1949. Whoops. Never mind. So Tromp went first.
You were saying. She was, admittedly, she was used as a training ship.
Yeah,
during that period, so.
good ships were long-lived. Okay, so next question. Let's check YouTube. Nope, so Discord. Question: with the Japanese LDP falling short of a majority, what effect on the new carrier force? I don't know enough about Japanese politics, or especially not Japanese modern politics, to really answer that question in any real degree. I don't think any of the panel does either.
I've not got a clue, I'm afraid, realistically.
So, sorry, Leslie, we're going to have to skip that one because we just simply don't have the answers.
It's on the list, though. It will be brought to his attention again later.
Your typical gunner officer asks, do you think if the Avro was put into service, it's going to be better than any of the comparable jets at the time? It's going to
No.
be. The problem is, the Avro Arrow has a very narrow window when it's an effective interceptor. But it is unfortunately a very narrow window, and unless it gets much more effective at jet power plants with really good afterburners, it has a very short shelf life.
I don't think the afterburners are necessarily part of the problem. They admit it, better engines would help. Part of its biggest problem is actually its weaponry. It was designed to have a grand total of 2 air-to-air unguided nuclear missiles.
Although there was
an idea to get 4 semi-active radar homing missiles that were cancelled. Then they were going to get Falcons and Spyro 2s, which were then cancelled.
Canadian procurement in a fucking nutshell.
Yeah, it's not ideal in that regard. Interesting plane. Not great in terms of how it was done and when.
So, I do have a question I want to end on for this week, and I'm working my way towards it.
Your mic's acting up a little bit, Guy.
It's alright, he's doing the Dutchman!
The question is...
next question is actually, your typical officer. Which frigates would you rather have to either protect your convoy of ships in a highly contested sea with enemy aircraft, or a submarine threatening your convoy? An Oliver Hazard Perry class, Oliver Hazard Perry class frigates, Type 21s or Type 22s. I'm sorry, but if the choice is between a bunch of Perrys or Type 21s or 22s, I'm sorry. The Oliver Hazard Perrys win every single sodding time. The Oliver Hazard Perrys are better frigates than the Type 21s or 22s. Easily.
Are you sure about that?
I am entirely sure about that.
Are you really sure about that?
Why do you say this, Guy? The Type 21s are not really superior to the Perry. And the Type 22s... Okay, the Type 22s are slightly better, but... Again, they don't have the same general purpose fit that the Oliver Hazard Perry has.
So it would seem. Bum, 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 bum.
Like, here's the thing. If I was solely dealing with an ASW threat, I would consider Type 22s. But if I've got an air threat as well, the ability to lob standard missiles at things, especially SM2s at things, which the Perry can do, it just cannot be beaten.
So that's why you're calling for questions to confirm, Fleet.
Chandler Lord's question asked at quarter to 8.
Right.
You can see why that's
I don't actually see the exact timings, but so I'm just prepping the list of what's been answered, what hasn't.
that's the question I'm finishing on.
And which question was that?
I just follow the link.
Which link? There. Ah, yes, the blue ships one.
You are tasked. So this is a YouTube question. You are tasked to build a 35,000 ton. Hang on. You are tasked to build a 35,000 ton full loaded carrier for the modern Spanish Navy. How do you design it? What task group do you build around it? Well, first of all, I just take the Juan Carlos I class landing helicopter deck carrier. I expand her, remove her helicopter deck, and remove her landing deck, remove her landing dock, and just turn it into a full ski jump carrier.
Ikoski.
That's all you really need to do.
Sounds
not
simple
laugh?
enough.
Why not laugh at Paul?
Yeah, the Spanish will probably keep using their Harriers.
Yeah, probably. Although for this ship, I would like to buy F-35 if I can.
Well, yeah, but you use the Harriers until
Yeah, F-35.
you get the
comes in.
F-35s.
Yeah. I mean, Juan is flagship for the Spanish Navy for a reason.
Overall, you've not done too badly for questions this time.
Basically, that's what I need to. That's what you do. You basically build mini QEs, basically, but in Spanish yards, but based off the Juan Carlos I rather than the QE. Thoughts on the British missile program Blue Envoy? If it entered service, do you think it's going to be a better missile than the US Beaumark missile? I have never heard of either of those two missiles. So,
Blue Envoy rings a bell.
Dragon, can we put that one on the not answered, and I'll deal with that on Wednesday. Because I'll have to.
Isn't that one of the incredibly cursed missiles?
Wait a moment. It's based off Green Sparkler.
The funniest.
Wait a moment.
One of the funniest things, I actually saw Juan Carlos for the first time in bloody Helsinki.
Funny.
Is this the one I think it is?
Yeah. The Spanish...
No, sorry. No, I'm thinking green cheese.
Yeah, the Spanish carrier was... I still have the pictures, actually.
Honestly, you've got to love British weapon naming schemes, by the way.
Let me just...
Red Angel to green cheese, which leads to green sparkler, which leads to blue envoy.
I think I actually have the pictures of Juan Carlos when I saw her in Helsinki. Let me have a look. I'm sure I've got them. Ah, yes! Here we go. When Fleet saw Juan Carlos in Helsinki. I have actually seen her, IRL.
Yeah, I get the rainbow coats. It's just amusing, honestly, more than anything.
Helsinki, is that what they call the capital city of hell once it sinks?
To
global warming.
Foxo, I'm going to...
My brother in Christ, I'm running off less sleep.
Look, there we go.
Someone who can't sleep.
When Fleet saw her Spanish carrier in the Finnish capital, because she was there.
Poor Foxo is literally operating off like an hour and a half sleep.
Anyway,
Indeed, hell is also a Norse deity.
Anyway,
it's also, I believe, technically speaking, a realm of the Idrisil world tree.
Moving swiftly onwards.
You're up to the one you think now, I believe.
I don't think I am there yet. I've got one more question to do, I think. No, actually, I don't. So, the final question. No, fuck. Thoughts on the US Nike surface-to-air missile series?
Yeah.
Do you think the Nike's Hercules SAM is better than the British Bloodhound SAM? Do you think it is based on the Patriot missile of the 50s and 70s? That is a vast oversimplification of how SAMs worked in the period. The Patriot is a missile built for the modern era of combat and the late Cold War era of combat. The Nike and the Nike Hercules and the British Bloodhound are SAMs designed to defeat bombers from extreme range. They are designed to defeat bombers and bombers only. They are not designed to intercept missiles. They are not designed to intercept smaller aircraft. They are not designed to intercept anything else. They are not equivalent to Patriot in any way. Patriot can deal with something as small as a drone if it wants to.
But why would you spend a Patriot?
No, but the point I'm trying to make is that, the point I'm trying to make is that you can't do that with a Nike or a Bloodhound. It just doesn't work.
I saw a Dutch fleet question.
Okay, yeah, okay,
What Dutch fleet
okay,
question?
okay, yes, I saw that as well. Okay, I will extend myself to that question because the Dutchman is here, and I kind of want to answer it with him here.
Wait, which one?
The one after the one I said I was going to end on.
Right. Making me having to keep correcting numbers here, fleet.
So, first things first. Chandel Lord asks, you are sent back to 1875 Spain with the only piece of foreknowledge being there's going to be a war between the Kingdom of Spain and the United States of America in 1898 over Cuba. You managed to convince Antonio Canovas, two Spanish people, conservative and liberal, turning over the premiership in an admittedly successful attempt to stop the cycle of civil wars rocking Spain since Fernando VII died, to make you Minister of the Navy with 5% of the budget dedicated to the Navy. What, assuming historical budgets, so assuming historical levels of funding for each year of the Spanish government, which I don't know, do you do to deter said war? Well, you've given me a lot more budget than Spain had historically. You've given me enough budget to actually to run my ships all the time, do training. So that's the first big thing. Secondly, you've given me enough budget to actually maintain a battle line of at least 6 battleships continuously. Not including Spain's other commitments of armoured cruisers and protected cruisers. Basically, we have several squadrons. You have a squadron in the Caribbean centered around a battleship, a squadron in the Philippines centered around a battleship, and 4 battleships at home. You then have ideally an equal number of armored cruisers, though I did add like 8 to 12, so double the number of battleships we have. And then I'd like a number of cruising ships, aka cruisers or frigates, depending on what year it is, of about 20 to 40. Ideally. Probably 30 would be the ideal thing. And by having such a force, and most importantly, having a force that is actually trained, given shells to exercise, given a chance to work, maintain... the fleet isn't rusted, the crews practice with their guns on a regular basis, all of that. You've basically given me an opportunity, and also... You better believe there'll be an awful lot of naval infantry in the Philippines doing very, very heinous things to the Filipinos to make them stop rebelling. So that the colony might actually turn a profit, or at least not be a massive millstone around Spain's neck. If I've got that much firepower, and presuming by the time we get to the 1897 I've just finished replacing at least 2, ideally 4... of Spain's battleships with modern pre-dreadnoughts, or pre-dreadnought alikes, if the US of that period chooses to fight me, I can rock up to the Caribbean with more ships than they have. Just overall. And just casually say, yeah, no, you don't get to, invade my territory. And I politely, with a lot of shell fire, tell the US to stay in their bloody lane. That's about the size of it, though. Now we get to the final question, the one that Guy is somewhat excited for. Admiral Wellesley asks, the infinite money Macedonia has gone to the Netherlands in 1927 and built up Dutch naval infrastructure. They're now capable of building ships up to 35,000 tons. Because of this, the Netherlands joined the naval treaty in 1930. Why? Why would they do this?
There's literally no reason for us to do so. Like, we already got, in that sense, a guarantee by all the nations that the sovereignty of the Dutch over the East Indies would be respected.
But so apparently for some reason, I assume if they have this infrastructure and they have an unlimited budget, they've basically been coerced by the British into joining the naval treaty.
Possible.
So, okay, they're being allotted 5 heavy cruisers, which is 5 heavy cruisers, 70,000 tons of light cruisers, 70,000 tons of destroyers and 96,000 tons of capital ships. No carrier allotments. So we can build up to 35,000 tons. What do you design or build? No, Netherlands is allowed to build new ships from 1934 onwards. Well, first things first, if we're in the naval treaties in 1930, I'm sorry to say this, Wellesley, but we have no building holiday. There is no, like, this 1934 thing is, no. I mean, I'm sure Guy would agree. If the Netherlands has joined the naval treaties with a near unlimited budget and 35,000 ton shipyards, the Netherlands are going to argue, we have no building holiday. We're building up to our tonnage limits. Isn't that right?
That would be the most advantageous. Especially already, like, if the fleet before we then join is still the same size as it was historically, then we really need to just like immediately just build up as much as we can.
So first things first, let's go over what is the least unlikely to change, or more accurately, the easiest to plan out. I assume, Guy, if we're building light cruisers and we've got 70,000 tons of light cruiser displacement, we're basically building 8 of the full-size De Ruiters with 8 6-inch guns. Because the full-size De Ruiters were what, 8,000 tons? And if we have 70,000 tons and we build 8, that means we can build 8 ships of 8,000 tons. Rather than 7 ships of 10,000.
Do keep in mind you will still have Java and Sumatra around, which will probably count towards the.
That's true.
Like cruiser tonnage,
which are currently sitting in at 8,300 tons.
True, but I will point out that if that's the case, we can you do realise you can scrap ships after new ones enter service, so we can plan to just remove them from service.
I don't think they can enter service quick enough, but yeah.
Well. We'll be starting building in 1930.
At that point in time, they've been in service for like 5-6 years or so. So just already scrapping them is just
in commission from 1925.
That's going to be a hot topic.
Well, okay, so if we've got Java, the 2 Javas, that's
16k tons, or 16,500 tons.
So what we probably want to do is we want to build 1 destroyer leader of about 4,000 tons to bring us up to 20,000 tons. So probably build something like Trump. And then with the remaining 50,000 tons, build 5 full-size light cruisers.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, De Ruiter,
if we can get triple turrets, would be nice.
Probably not. Guy, do you reckon we'll just have De Ruiters but on steroids? So like the full-size De Ruiters with 8 6-inch guns, but on steroids with an actual secondary battery rather than just the Bofors.
I think that the Navy would ultimately take it somewhat more slowly, simply because like there are no budgetary constraints. There at that point in time is not really a really big need to immediately get the fleet up to its maximum possible tonnage.
Yeah, it's why I could see them waiting until they develop a triple turret.
I mean, I think.
Or just ask Bofors to do it.
Yeah.
Well,
otherwise they're basically getting Leanders.
True. I think what we are going to see. So I think 34.
I do think that there would then be like already a few like you can then see like a pair. I would imagine that like a pair of Netherlands 8-gun cruisers would then already be built. It's more kind of like them to already kind of strengthen it somewhat. A modernization of Java and Sumatra to get them up to.
Yeah,
I heard it as the train busters.
Guy, we do actually have something else. The 70,000 tons of light cruiser doesn't cover our 5 heavy cruisers. We have 5 heavy cruisers we can build, so they might be built first. So we can build 5 10,000 ton heavy cruisers.
Well, that's also a possibility, yeah.
Honestly, that they probably go first. Then we'd have destroyers. Then we'd have probably a first pair of Dutch capital ships. So Dutch heavy cruisers. I'm thinking 8-inch guns.
It's either going to be 6 or 8. Given that we're going for the 10,000 ton range, it's probably then going to sit at like 10k. Yeah.
Yeah, because we have 10,000 ton limits on heavies.
With 8 guns.
Yeah.
Armor.
Sounds like we're basically building Dutch county class.
Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if that's what we do. If we actually basically buy the designs for the counties and build them. Build modern counties.
Because you could definitely
license-produced counties.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me.
Well, considering how well they can already be filled with potential Beauforts and all sorts, could see it being done.
So the real
thing... You've already got Careens.
Yeah. Guy, I need to go for 2 seconds. Would you discuss what destroyers the Dutch might build, given we have 70,000 tons of destroyer tonnage, and the destroyer limits of First London to deal with?
I'm pretty sure First London prevents destroyers with the 5.9s. So you probably fall back on the 4.7s, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I mean, like, we weren't in that sense really into building super destroyers like the Germans.
Because you've got the 2 Trumps.
They're just more conventional designs, but I can imagine that it would be something more like what you had for the British in that sense.
I'm just wondering if basically you get
the ice
style but smaller guns. I'm just wondering if you get sort of Trump style but smaller guns. So instead of the 5.9 inch on the Trumps, you'd have basically the Beaufort's 4.7 inch. Basically have Dutch, what's called tribal equivalent.
I do think that you would eventually get like larger Dutch destroyers, but not out like immediately out of the gate yet. And then at first you might then see something along the lines of the British high class, so it's like 4 or 5 single guns with 8 torpedo tubes.
I'm not gonna lie, but could we shrink down the Trumps? Basically,
that's
like
what I did mention, right?
Like 6 4-inch guns, about 15.
Well, I said 4.7.
Personally, I don't expect that would.
I think also you standardise on the 4.7.
So what did you suggest, Guy? Then what was your proposal for a Dutch London Treaty era destroyer?
Well, starting with something similar to the Eyes, the British I class.
Wouldn't be a bad idea.
That's kind of like just going right out of the gap of something along those lines. And as the years progress, then you might get something with 5 or 6 guns. So more
basically,
along the lines of British J's.
We're looking at multiple tranches of Dutch destroyer as we go through the 30s, basically.
Yeah.
Which makes sense.
Well, I do still imagine that the Trumps would then ultimately get constructed at some point.
The problem is we're a treaty power now, so where are we fitting them into our light cruiser tonnage?
Trumps are not necessarily like
wait, Guy, I've just realised something. We can order the Trumps in the late 30s to replace the Javas. How big are the Trumps again?
3,300 tons.
So if we order slightly larger Trumps at about 4,000 tons, say with 8 5.9-inch guns rather than 6, we can get 4 Trumps to replace 2 Javas, which gives us great.
I don't think that's worth it.
It gives us great flotilla leaders. But
why wouldn't you just go with what the Trump? Why are you making the Trump bigger?
Because it fits more neatly into our displacement. We've got displacement tonnage
and also,
to use.
Removing the Javas.
Or just wait until Japan and Italy just decide to beat the treaty and just go escalate the cost.
I don't understand how basically using the Trumps to replace the Javas, really.
Or Guy, the treaties just collapse at that point, and we're just not. Yeah, because by that point it's not like around. By about 36, the treaties have gone. That is a point. I do actually have something we need to talk about. When do you see the Dutch laying down? Bear in mind, funding isn't an issue here. So we have 96,000 tons of capital ship tonnage to use. So that is 2 35,000-ton capital ships. Hang on, one second. 96,000.
Three 32,000-ton battleships.
So we'd probably want to go with that, wouldn't? So, Guy, would the Dutch go with 3 32,000 tons, or would they go with 2 35,000 tons and a diminutive?
Like 1047 was already estimated to be 28,000, so I could see them trying to make a bigger one at 32k.
Honestly, Bofors offers a 14-inch gun at this point, and a fairly decent 14-inch gun at that. We could probably go with a fast battleship version of 1047. So, armored against 14-inch shell fire, 9 14-inch guns, 30 to 31 knots, 32,000 tons.
Mosley's pointing out, technically, first London, you do actually have access to 16-inch guns, potentially.
True, but bearing in mind with the Dutch, we probably won't be buying capital ships till about 32, 33. We, as the Dutch, don't have access to domestic 16-inch guns. We usually buy from Bofors. Bofors is offering a 14, not a 16-inch gun at this point. And if we go with this design, we get a proper fast battleship, rather than a battle cruiser.
And do remember, speed is the key. Because we know that we simply cannot, we know that we can never match, our main enemy is, of course, Japan. Or from naval standpoint, it's going to be Japan. And so we know that we are not going to be able to match them in terms of capital ship numbers, even with a limited budget. You still...
But with these
have the issue of the Netherlands is not a big country.
Yeah, but what I will
we are very limited in our manpower, which also, of course, limits how many ships we can then ultimately build.
How big was the actual Dutch Navy manpower-wise in this period?
Not as big as this.
Is it actually enough? Is there actually enough men who's willing to sign up to the Navy to meet these tonnage limits?
The thing is, if we have unlimited funding, we can raise wages enough to entice a large amount of the Dutch merchant marine.
That is indeed that is indeed a good.
Right.
But what I will point out.
How long is this money Macedonian man staying in the Dutch?
As it has in the previous times, he basically sticks around for as long as the scenario goes on. What I will say is this. So the carrier limit only lasts as long as the treaties exist. So what I will say is this. We have the first tranche of 3 Dutch capital ships of these 3 14-inch armed ships. Although what we'll probably do is we'll build the 14-inch under license and develop it into a 16-inch. Now, bearing in mind, these 3
we just straight up buy it because we simply don't have the industry to build extremely large naval guns.
We'll probably buy 15. Yeah, we'll probably buy 14-inch. So we've got
dear.
Well, it's not that big of a deal. So here's the thing. So we have 3 ships by about 1937 that are basically flat out superior to anything Japan has that isn't the Nagatos or the Yamatos,
But of course, they are not supposed to fight the Nagatos or the Yamatos.
Yeah, but the follow-on ships will probably be insane because they follow-on ships, given the treaties have collapsed, will probably be full 35,000-ton ships armored against. They'll probably have the same speed as the 32,000-ton ships, but they will probably be armored against 16-inch shell fire along a limited extent. Those are the ships that are going to have problems during construction because they'll probably be nearly complete when the Germans invade, and that will either result in them fleeing to Britain or it will result in the Germans getting 3 nearly complete Dutch battleships.
Oh, this also gives the army extra funding because you already have an infinite money Macedonian man who funds the entire navy.
Oh
which
my
means
god!
That all the naval budget goes towards the army.
That's hilarious. Like the Dutch, the Germans.
Still feel you are missing.
Let's go. The line is now finished. We can hold the Germans.
The Germans literally run into a brick wall.
So, I'm still a little skeptical about them wanting to. Them totally joining. You're also forgetting there's other nations they work well with, such as Sweden is more than willing to do various different things at this time, like
Yes.
gunnery.
Yes, you do realise that I have literally selected the biggest gun Bofors built at the time. The Bofors 14-inch.
They had built, not that they could build.
Yes.
Right.
That's why
Both
I
of us
said...
could build bigger. They didn't build bigger because there was no demand for them to build bigger.
Now,
Yes,
if
yes,
you just basically
yes,
wave
I'm aware.
literal giant stacks of cash in
Yes,
front of them.
yes, but you... But if I'm building capital ships in 1930, I have to wait for them to build bigger guns. So I buy what they've got and build with what they've got. And the next generation of Dutch capital ships, which will probably be 35 to 37,000 tons, will be armored against and armed with 16-inch guns.
Well, honestly, Fleet, you might not even have that. You might actually have some more insane things, because due to a few little birdies giving me some extra information, Bofors has especially been getting designs and has the factories capable of making potentially up to 19-inch guns.
Yeah, that's entirely too much gun. We don't need that. I mean, like...
That is just... No, that's too ridiculous.
Like, thing is,
Sorry, you will put these on destroyers.
No, with
what you
no,
don't want your
Like,
super.
I
You
do
don't want
need
your
to point this
18
out. We're not the Japanese. We don't think that bigger automatically means better, because we actually are sensible in our naval designs.
So
we know what
basically,
works.
thing is, the first generation of Dutch capital ships with the 14-inch guns was designed to hard counter everything that wasn't the Nagatos. The second generation is designed to basically go, we don't care if you show up with the Nagatos or even your future ships. We're still going to fight you, Japan.
Yeah.
Isn't that right, guys? So if we build 3 with... So if we lay down the first generation in 1932, in service by 35, the second generation with 16-inch guns, about 38,000 tons, in 36, could we have them in service by 1940 and running to the Dutch East Indies as fast as their turbines can carry them? Or are we going to have problems with the Germans seizing them?
Well, if they're built in 36,
As in laid down
in 36, and I can imagine that by the time the Germans would then potentially invade, I'm saying potentially because you could now have that, for example, that the Netherlands has fully fortified itself, which can make the Germans be like, should it be so good?
All the fuckers, all the fuckers, all the fuckers. So what? Actually, you know what? As a brief tangent before we end for the evening, or well, before we keep doing this as well, because I do want to discuss potential Dutch carriers in a second. So and Fokkers that might go on them. So what was the Dutch? What did the Dutch army want but not get, and what are they going to get in this timeline if they have more money?
But is the Dutch army getting any money?
Yes, because the naval budget no longer needs to exist because we have infinite Macedonian money. So the Dutch Navy's budget can go to the army.
It's still funny for the Macedonian money.
Anyway, so go on.
Necessarily sure.
So
it's quite.
So go on then, Guy. What
would mostly just be get more artillery, enough anti-tank guns, more mortars, just pretty much just.
Would they focus
more
on
of everything
at all? Do you think, or
also, of course, getting the fortifications ready?
Nice. What about the Dutch Air Force? What about the Dutch Air Force?
Is the Dutch Air Force a separate entity at this point, or is it connected to the army?
The
I'm not actually sure of this.
Air Force was, if I recall, separate.
Right.
Well, that's even better because then they get so basically half the budget goes to the army, half the budget goes to. Hey, Guy, the push-pull aircraft are in service in 1940. Coward, Germany!
Germany is going to be terrified as the Netherlands rocks up with twin boomtail fighter aircraft.
Oh, I mean, the funniest thing here is that well, I now want to discuss carriers. So even
what I can find out, the Dutch Air Force
though,
isn't separate yet, so it actually is still part of the army. So the army will be fighting internally. Where do we spend the funds?
Even though we get no carrier allotment, that's only till the treaties collapse. So we're now looking at building carriers from 1936 onwards. So, Guy, you're the Dutchman here. If we are going to build carriers, I assume we're building light carriers. So 15,000 tons, no bigger, with a limited number of strike aircraft.
That is what I would imagine as well.
Can
imagine that we might also go for the British approach and go for armored carriers, simply because...
So light armored carriers, basically.
Number constraints.
Yeah. We can probably get 3 laid down in 36 because we're building smaller ships.
Wait a moment. So, in 36, we've got a naval capacity of building of 35,000 tons.
Yes.
Well, we can build up to the rest of...
Now, but bearing in mind, Dragon...
What is our actual total build capacity?
Assuming that we're expected to be able to build 5 heavy cruisers, 7,000 light cruisers, and 7,000 tons of destroyers in a reasonable time, along with being able to build at least 96,000 tons of capital ships, I would expect our capacity to be fairly large. And here's the thing, one of the reasons that Guy's suggestion of building 15,000 ton light carriers helps is that you can squeeze those sort of carriers onto heavy cruiser or light cruiser slips. Which actually helps us here. Guy, if we're building carriers in 36 for commissioning in 39, Fokker 21 carrier fighters?
I can imagine that Fokker would then ultimately be asked to make carrier modifications.
What about what have we got for strike aircraft though? Torpedo bombers.
Either Fokker would need to design a new, completely new aircraft that is to serve that role, or they just convert the G1 to light bomber and naval bomber roles.
So, would these 15,000 ton carriers really be able to be that efficient for operations in the Far East?
Basically, first
or would
of all,
it not be better to build a bigger scale carrier with more operational capability?
One of the thing is, Dragon, the reason that we have to go for light carriers is, as you said, building capacity. We can build,
indeed.
like, I assume we only have 3 slips for large capital ships.
Probably, yes.
We can stretch
that would seem likely.
We can stretch our cruiser slips to about 15,000 tons to build these light carriers. And ideally we want 3.
Because I'm just trying to think, what would this 15,000 ton carrier end up looking like?
I can tell you what it would look like. A
50,000 ton carrier at this point is Colossus, and that's a fair bit later.
Similar dimensions to Colossus.
No, actually, I can tell you what it looks like. If you look in Theatre at Sea, it looks like this. Except armoured. Similar dimensions, but its extra weight is that its standard displacement is 15,000 tons because it's armoured. It's got an armoured flight deck. But dimensions-wise, it's similar to this.
I'm not sure how effective that would be overall.
Well, basically,
that's not got a very large air wing.
It's not. But bear in mind, you can see.
It's more. It's not. It doesn't, in that sense, have more of a focus on offensive roles. It's more than is there for overall aerial protection.
Yeah. Like it has some strike capability, but it's really not designed to fulfill that role. It's basically we've found the enemy, and
I will point out what you could be building instead.
Seaplane carriers.
What?
Doesn't really.
The Dutch horde of seaplane carriers.
Well, at least we're not doing far.
We did have a very sophisticated seaplane.
Hey guy. At least we're not doing far after and faintly.
Honestly, I might try and look towards Ark Royal a bit.
That's far too big.
22,000 tons.
Yeah, genuinely.
Not.
Things
I don't think it's as ludicrous as you would be.
No, problem is that needs one of our 3 capital ship
Capital.
slips,
Yeah.
and we need
So
those.
you might have to. So you might have to not build all 3
No,
battle cruisers.
not,
Is right at the same time.
There are no battle cruisers, Dragon. There are 2 classes of fast battleships.
You know what I mean, though.
There are the 14-inch armed fast battleships, and there are the 16-inch armed fast battleships.
I'm skeptical of the need for 6 of these effective ships. I think getting the first 3 out, and then potentially get a couple of carriers and divert the other resources elsewhere.
We have unlimited money. I think the reason why we need 6 is basically redundancy. Because if we have 6 in the Far East, plus our cruisers and destroyers, we can basically say to the British and the Americans, "We've got this, Chief."
Right. So, here's a question then, Fleet. So, say we have these escort carriers, because to be honest,
no, they're they're light carriers, not escort carriers. They are 5,000 tons heavier than the Independence class carriers.
They're still not right. That's because of everything. Overall, then in terms of effectiveness, they won't be able to. Where are the planes being maintained?
In the hangar deck.
I mean, the main hangar deck.
Yes, they're
all stored.
They're armored flight deck, not armored hangar. They're not British carriers.
Whereas if we could get a Ark Royal type, we've got 2 hangars. Far more room to work with.
Dragon, you're overreaching.
Says the person who wants a 16-inch armed capital ship fleet.
You're not thinking small.
You know, Dragon does make a good point.
Guys, stop!
Like, so instead if you could get 2 or 3 Ark Royals effective instead of the 16-inch armed battleship.
I will cut in for a bit. I also see in the Discord chat suggestions to get Unicorn.
Okay. All right. Okay, I have to.
Available.
Okay, I have to. Okay, I can settle this. Guy, as the Dutchman, do the Dutch Navy, after commissioning their 3 14-inch capital ships in 1936, lay down 3 ships armed with 16-inch guns and resistant to 16-inch guns, or do they lay down 3 fleet carriers?
I think the carriers would get the.
Well, that's it. That settles it. If Guy says that, then I will bow.
Because the reason why I also partly think you'll want Ark Royals is they give you much more operational flexibility.
Well, can we go with British armored carriers instead of Ark Royals?
I want
full-size armored carriers.
Ark Royals are a design that works.
It is, but it's not the Royal Navy,
right?
So we kind of want to have our carriers be very survivable.
Well, so did the Royal Navy. Yet, Ark Royal's probably the best we could get at the quickest notice, and without having to do major. And yeah, because of the treaties, Ark Royal would still be legal. If we try and fully armor it, give it a fully armored deck, that might push it over.
Bear in mind, by the time we're laying down these carriers, the treaties are dead, and we're ignoring them. It's the only reason we can lay down carriers. Because we're not allowed carriers under the treaty.
But another reason why is because I've been doing a quick look into the independence, and honestly, their hangars are not big enough for maintenance. Like, the hangars basically these are the planes you've got. You cannot repair them. There's not spare parts. If the plane's done, it's done. Almost.
Okay, so
I'm just don't need to double check because there wasn't really any limits on the actual carriers, and the question was there. Yeah, it's just the London Naval Treaty of 1930 that apparently the Dutch have joined. Because capital ship does not, but then again they have no carrier allotment, so we're having to wait till after the treaties. So So yeah, I guess potentially you could, but because then you might be able to get an armored deck, I'm not entirely too sure of the exact things.
Thing is,
but-
if the treaties are null and void, we have 37,000-ton slips available. We could build 37,000-ton big armored carriers.
So what? Try and build basically an illustrious equivalent. Well, not
We will
illustrious,
build
like,
the
no, you might-
USS
actually, right,
United
no, 'cause,
States.
Like, no, we're not. Like, even looking at it, no, you're not building 37,000-ton carriers, or not even 35,000-ton carriers as well. So you're saying because that's a big carrier.
Dragon, we have 3 slips. We need 3 carriers.
I'm not arguing about that.
We're not tied. We're not tied by treaty.
Please, you're effectively saying the Netherlands are building 3 Essex class at that point.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying.
In terms of weight.
No,
if
we're
we're
going
building-
even bigger.
In the
If
mid
we're-
30s?
Yes, exactly. The treaty system is null and void. As the Netherlands, we need qualitative ships. Therefore, we go big or we go home. The only
At that point,
reason I
right.
didn't build 35,000-ton battle cruisers is that I needed 3. Is that I needed 3 ships,
you've got the
and we were under treaties at that point. By this
Once
point,
again,
we're
right.
not under treaty. The only limitation is the size of our slipways. We need qualitative ships. Therefore, we're building 35,000-ton carriers.
So what would you base them off of then?
Wait, I know what we'll do. We'll
Mhm.
go to the Germans for help.
No, no. We'll probably we'll probably take we're probably gonna take we'll probably send design studies to go look at the British and American practice, see what they're doing, and then we will probably expand.
Because
the
what
designs.
year are you aiming for this in particular?
Laying them down in late 1936, early 1937.
Right. Because in 1937, during April, is when you get the first illustrious class ordered. And they're laid
Which-
down basically 14 days later. So, but they're at 23,000 tons.
I'm
standard
aware,
displacement,
Dragon.
Which
I'm
we could let me finish. Like, so potentially, yes, you could look for trying to scale up the design. But honestly, like, you're probably more looking at an Ark Royal with armored, a more armored Ark Royal.
The problem is, Dragon,
Mhm.
and this is the problem here. We can't afford to settle for these lesser carriers
Why can't you?
because we're a navy that is always going to have less carriers than the enemy.
So,
So therefore, it's either 35,000-ton carriers or don't bother building my 3 16-inch armored battleships instead.
or you could just get 3 quite reasonable carriers.
No, you
like,
get 3 35,000-ton carriers or you don't bother.
But at this point, the largest reasonable option we can go for is implacable.
The
If
largest...
we want if we want to get a design quickly.
Bear in mind, we'll have been looking
Otherwise,
at
we're waiting.
carriers. We'll have been looking at carriers for some time by this point, since I'm in command of the navy, and we will have been looking at building large carriers. So,
Gorbian, would they even be able to build enough aircraft to supply the carriers?
Fokker exists.
Apparently, with Infinite Money Man saying that they just don't have a naval budget, so the army gets all the money. Apparently, honestly, I kind of honestly one thing I do see them doing.
We will have all experience operating.
I could see them trying to get their hands on fairly swordfish.
Probably not. We have Fokker. We can build our own equivalent.
Can we?
Yes.
What's the Fokker torpedo, or basically torpedo attack planes like at this point?
There's a twin-engined aircraft, but that's not really ideal. But we do have a single-engined aircraft that can be relatively easily converted. I forget what it's called.
Or we could just buy the fairly swordfish under license from the British.
Alternatively,
Very quick to build.
We would not
easy to make.
do so because
Why?
we have Fokker.
No, seriously, like it's hard to.
We'd
understate
rather go produced domestically.
They would rather go fuck themselves than buy British.
Yeah, but if you buy the
Indeed.
license and then build in the Netherlands, surely, like then it's still being built by Fokker. It's just the British design.
No, the Fokker could quite easily come up with a probably biplane torpedo bomber. Very, very easily, in fact.
Why go for biplane?
But no, what I mean is, like if it comes to rapid development, yeah, there's.
Also, I will point out, Fleet, you were saying about we need bigger carriers, right?
Yes, this is the whole thing with being
Right.
a minor.
What's
a
wrong
minor...
with but what's wrong with the Implacables, for instance?
I would be fine with upscaled Implacables
But wait, no. Why does it need to be upscaled?
because it's not 35,000 tons.
But what do you get out of making it 35,000 tons?
Oh, I thought they were 22,000. Oh no, I'd be fine with Implacables.
Implacables are 32,000.
I'd be fine.
Illustrious
I'd be
are
fine
the
with
23,000.
Yeah, I'd be fine with dragging back an Implacable design and building that, or something similar to it, laying it down in 1937. That I'd be fine with. That's enough of a jumping capability to make it worth it.
Because keep in mind, the Implacables carry 81 planes.
Like, yeah, Dragon, like I said,
This is what...
Dragon, this is the thing. It has,
Yeah.
in order for it to be valuable to us, it has to be a jumping capability of what everyone else has.
That's not how that works! Especially for a nation that has not operated carriers before.
That's how being a minor nation works, in every respect. You have to have ships that are superior.
But it's not. Then why didn't other minor nations do the same thing? Because some of them did have the money to do this, but they just chose not to.
I wish Dr. Clark was here because he'd be able to help.
Oh, he is. I think he's listening.
Other
still.
minor nations would not. do
Oh, he's
so
here!
because
He's been here!
they
How is he here? How was
are-
he here and I missed it?
Sorry if I've been ruining your fun, Clark, with that
Ah.
one. But, please,
That's why. Didn't you notice that Dragon was suddenly incredibly well informed about British aircraft carrier design?
God damn it!
who do you think I've been getting some of these ideas from? Like, apparently, because I'll be honest, I didn't actually know that the Dutch did look at an Ark Royal design.
All right, Dr. Clark. Well, first things first. I didn't want full-size fleet carriers. I wanted a second generation of Dutch capital ships.
Oh, I shot that down in like 5 minutes.
Yeah, that was like one of the first thing you shot down.
Like the first generation.
Because-
So I got. So
And
I,
also,
so I
why
get
are you
the
just
first
in a nice
generation.
way? Why are your yards one thing or the other? Why aren't you building one carrier and two capital ships alongside each other?
Because I want.
Why are you building all? Because in
I
nice way,
blame the
sensible-
Dutchman. I blame the Dutchman.
The sensible thing to do is to build two capital ships and a carrier, and then in the next generation build the carrier, build the third vessel of the first generation capital ships, and the first vessel of the next generation of capital ships. So you have an overlap, and then so you can make sure that you're building and developing at a time and a pace that suits you, and you're growing the yards capability.
Dr. Clark.
Also,
we're starting in
please note,
1930.
nice way,
We're starting in
both of us
1930.
Have a frickening sales magazine in 1932 telling everyone they've got a 16-inch gun design.
Are you telling me I have to build? Okay, so the first generation of Dutch capital. But if I have a 16
They might go, yeah,
if I have a 16-inch gun armed capital ship, yes, it's first London. But the problem I have is that on 32,000 tons, I can't get a ship that does 30 knots.
Do 28.
But you're not on. But nice way.
No,
That's what
it needs
you
to
can.
be at the very least cruiser speed.
You can get that kind of ship.
You're going to tell me to go with 6 guns, aren't you?
No,
Well, that would do it, but no.
I wasn't going to tell you to go 6 guns.
I'm
Four
waiting.
guns.
Exercise your brain power. What example? Who are the two navies the Dutch spend their times hanging out with the most in this period? Who are the two navies they spend most time hanging out with?
The British and the Americans.
No,
British and the French.
right, one of them. Not quite.
British and the Germans.
British and the Swedes.
Mhm.
They're the two navies they like to hang out with the most at this point.
Are you seriously suggesting an all-forward battleship for the Dutch Navy?
Potentially,
Why
but
not?
more importantly, they'd possibly go battle cruiser as what they call it officially. Unofficially, it would take the idea from the county class and what the British do with the King George V's.
The problem...
The King George V. Why did the British pick to have a design of armor for the King George V, which is literally hung on the outside of the hull?
Like, yes,
What does that enable them to do?
change it easily.
Yes. So in nicest way, you build the ship to get the speed with the armor you're going to put on it, but you don't put the armor on it until you need to.
Dr. Clark, we're going to be fighting the
And
Japanese.
in return, in peacetime, that gives you a ship which can probably do 35 knots instead of 32 knots.
That's scary.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to say in peacetime can do
I like the way
32
this
in
is
exchange
going.
of 28. Okay.
Let's be honest, that's
acceptable.
a useful thing, because that's going to scare the bejesus out of the Japanese, give everyone figures of 35 knots, and then in wartime you just go, right then, oh, look at this mysterious armor plate we have here. Off this armor plate goes, with local facilities we can do that, on the new armor plate. Oh, we've now got 14.7 inches thickness of armor plate. Oh, cute. Oh, sadly, that's dropped our speed down to 33 knots when we've got full fuel and full armor, full ammunition. Oh, we're very upset
So basically,
about this.
what we've got is the Dutch rocking round with 4 capital ships and 2 carriers. Three battleships, 3 fast battleships and 3 carriers by the time the Germans roll over into Netherlands.
Or at least 4 and 2. 4 capital ships and 2 carriers.
Yes,
As I said, I think you build 1 carrier at a time,
yeah.
and you'd have 2 capital ships being built in the other 2 yards, in the other yards.
Can I get
So they probably
I get away with
Yeah,
larger carriers, or do I have to accept dragons talking about smaller carriers? Because the thing is, you understand where I'm coming from, Dr. Clark, right? I'm a
I
smaller
know,
navy. I want
thing is-
capability.
Wait, let him.
What I would say is, if you look at dimensions, whilst you're quite right, you could actually fit a light fleet carrier in a kind of Colossus class or Unicorn class in most of the cruiser construction yards, which is one of the British did. But if you build the implacable designs, or as I would probably go in this point, the armored Ark Royal designs, which the British had, which was basically one of the thing they did for Ark Royal, they had this perfect carrier, which they did have a design study for, and then they basically said, right, to get the Ark Royal, we have to take the armor off. You could have produced it, and it did have an armored deck. It didn't have armor on the hangar sides. It had armor on the deck.
Yeah.
So that would have been the carrier you wanted, and you would have had an Ark Royal which had all the facilities, maintenance facilities you need. Because basically, Ark Royal was its own unicorn.
Yeah, like no, Dr. Clark, I get that.
Why do you think I was pushing Ark Royal a bit here?
The reason, what I'm saying is, I didn't want smaller carriers. I wanted 35,000-ton carriers.
Yeah, but the thing is, you don't want 35,000-ton carriers at this point.
But I'm a smaller navy. I need capability.
Think about how big a 35,000-ton carrier is going to be in this period. You're talking bigger than Audacious Claw, bigger than Midways.
No, I found the closest equivalent would be you're talking Akagi and Kaga.
Which are converted battleships and battlecruisers.
Yes.
There's also the Saratoga and Lexington. Again, they are converted battlecruisers.
Okay, all
you
right,
don't
I'll
need
accept
them.
that.
That's incredibly inefficient.
So, all right. So...
And also, you have to remember, it's 35,000 tons standard displacement. Lovely. But you're limited in carriers to 27,000 tons standard displacement.
Well, we're not limited by treaty by the time we're building carriers, because if we were still limited by treaty, according to the question, we wouldn't be able to build carriers.
Not if we're building
Why not?
2 and 1.
Because that's the limitations we had under the treaty, according to Admiral Wellesley when the question was asked.
I would argue, right, I agree the question says that, but I would say the no carrier allotment would probably be changed.
But this is the reason. This is the reason why I say that our first yard program is 3 battleships with 16-inch.
To be fair, you could
with now
you could quite
16-inch guns.
Nice way. Fleet, if you're very careful, you call them battle cruisers, and then no one's going to take notice of the fact that the armor on the side of them is not where you'd actually design it to. You not actually want it to be in wartime, and no one's going to really question it.
Dr. Clark, I'm aware
you
of
call
that.
them
I'm just
battle cruisers, and then you swap the armor off, and they become fast battleships.
Yes,
you just
I'm
make
aware.
sure they've got the correct subdivision inside necessary for the honeycomb structure.
Yes, I'm aware of that. I'm just
And
saying
it's the
that
same
I want
if
to
you want to
call
make
them.
your cruisers more survivable and able to punch above their weight. You give them a honeycomb structure inside, because
Yes,
you can
well,
create a
we've
subdivision.
well
They can better weather the damage.
by 1939 we've got 4
And
Trump-style
also
cruisers.
honeycomb structure also, and this is something which Guy will probably know about as well, is that if you have a honeycomb structure, if you have greater subdivision internally, you can actually hang heavier armor on the outside because you have more supporting structures and more bulkheads to hang the armor off and support its weight within the hull without deforming the hull frame.
Honestly,
That's what I should have mentioned to
honestly, Moe makes a good point. We probably should build a pair of light fleet carriers in the 1930
I don't
building
know.
program.
No, Moe's not even saying build a pair. They're saying build one,
He's probably got a
not a
point
pair.
there.
But
Uh,
I
but-
still think you could probably get an Ark Royal type.
Yeah, you're probably right. An
I think
armored
you
Ark
could probably
Royal.
get both. You could
Yeah.
actually build both. You could get a light fleet carrier as your support ship.
Moe,
You could go
if we're building a light carrier, I can get all 3 BCs and build the light carrier in the cruiser yards.
I'd still say try. I agree with Clark.
Oh.
Try and get one full-scale carrier out.
Yeah, well,
You need to the nicest way. Your only other option is you turn around to the Dutch East Indies and the Dutch colonial authorities, who are traditionally some of the most annoying sections of the Dutch government to deal with, and go, I want to build massive infrastructure in you to support my aviation.
Well, and even with
by the way,
money,
that's going to be critical space. That's going to be some of the best spots of land, which are flat areas which you grow stuff in. I'm going to have to turn over to airfields.
Oh God.
like,
Yeah, there's thing about it. Remember how much fun during an actual war the British government had with the Singaporean authorities and Malayan authorities that they put in place. Dutch East Indies are going to be even more difficult to deal with for the Dutch Navy. You might have infinite budget. Do you have infinite time to deal with the amount of red tape and bureaucracy they're going to chuck your way?
almost certainly not. Also, I know
yes, because this is for colonial defense.
because actually, Wellesley.
Yeah, but they are the most annoying people for colonial defense in the actual world. They keep screaming for support. They want defense, but they don't want. They want it entirely on their terms, and they want to take up none of their space in their country. Look at some of the places they offered for the Dutch forces to have as their spaces in the Dutch East Indies.
Actually, here's a question there, because I see Wellesley's in the
They
chat.
basically stick them at one point in a swamp where they're all dying off from disease because it's so ridden with mosquito with all sorts of insects passing on disease. It's just terrible.
So the question is, Wellesley, why? Because I'm pretty sure he said this one. Why do the Dutch get no carrier allotment in this treaty that they've for some reason joined? I'm actually slightly curious about the thing of why. I don't really know how to fit it in.
I
The
mean,
same battle
inflation.
limit as the French and the Italians. So why haven't they got the same carrier limit as the French and Italians, which would mean that limit them to roughly 2.5 carriers?
What I will point out, inflation, is that we did flesh out the cruiser fleet bear in mind. So I will just say
I haven't even started on your cruiser fleet.
by 1940, given the limitations we have, the Dutch fleet should consist of 2 full-size fleet carriers, 4 battleships that are capable of about 30 knots armed with 16-inch guns, 6 full-size light cruisers and 4 flotilla leaders based on the Trump class, 5 heavy cruisers with 8 8-inch guns, basically license-built counties, and what was it you said the destroyers would be? Various iterations from the I-class through to about the destroyers before the tribals guy?
Then at that point, Wellesley, I would just give them the carrier tonnage as well.
Pretty much.
Just
similar dimensions to the I's, the J's.
So at that point, you've got a basically decent third power fleet, most of which then takes Billy Big steps in the other direction if the Dutch army's expanded mass can't stop the Germans from running panzers into Antwerp.
Honestly, if the Dutch army, with the amount of fortifications and the high explosive they could be fitting into it, cannot stop the panzers coming in, that's going to be more about their ability to actually organize themselves than their ability to actually do their jobs.
I kind of want them to do that, just so I have a chance for this Dutch fleet to go off and punch the Japanese in the face. Or more accurately,
to be fair, they might still. Well, they might still just go do that
Be
anyway.
fair, in the nicest way.
Yeah,
if
the
this
Japanese are
stuff-
probably still just going to invade the East Indies anyway.
Yeah, but let's put this in a different way. If this is the Dutch fleet at this time, and the Dutch have been building up this way, the French and the British are also going to be building up as well. Think about what the Germans have to build up to deal with.
Because we've got
Germans sitting crying in a corner.
Yeah, because even by ourselves, we're overmatched against the Kriegsmarine.
Yes, in a nice way, the British could almost leave the North Sea to the Dutch to deal with the German navy.
That's hilarious, and I
Not
love it.
not that they would, but it would still be amusing.
I mean, no, funny thing is, Dragon, if the Dutch mainland falls, or the Dutch government, or basically, even if the Dutch mainland doesn't fall, but the Dutch mainland is basically held under siege, as in, like, we're pushed back to our port cities and the Dutch navy evacuates, the North Sea can be essentially left to the Dutch if it's in 1940, because we've got enough capital ships that we can basically just go... Like, we only have to keep a pair of our fast battleships and a carrier, plus 2 of our light cruisers in the North Sea, because the British can provide the destroyers. The rest of our fleet can head to the Dutch East Indies as planned. And even with just 2 of our 30-knot, 16-inch armed capital ships and our full-size fleet carrier, with 2 light cruisers and British destroyers, we're just overmatched against any German sortie.
The more obvious fun thing, the Dutch involved in Norway.
Oh my lord. Guy, a Warspite plus Dutch fast battleship. Hurdy-durdy.
No, think about it properly. Think about the sort of where the Dutch ships will be coming from. Think about what the scenario is. I don't think you have Scharnhorst and Gneisenau run into Glorious for starters, because I think they'd run into Dutch capital ships first.
Like, if they run into a pair of Dutch fast battleships, they can't run. The Dutch battleships will crank up to 31 knots with their 9/16-inch guns banging away.
I don't think could drive up to their 35 knots under my design and to take them out quite happily.
No, remember, they have their thicker armor, since the armor would have been replaced in 39.
Yes, it would have been replaced, but you never know. 31, 32 knots. Yeah, quite.
That's still fine. That's still fine. They can catch the Scharnhorst with that. They can catch the Scharnhorst with that.
But the thing is, in a nice way, what will the Scharnhorst be built as in that scenario?
I swear to God, if someone pulls out the Drakestrom Scharnhorst, I'm going to scream.
They can't, because the nice way. Let's put it this way: the Scharnhorst, as I've said before. When the Germans build a Panzerschief, they're the biggest they can build. When they build a Scharnhorst, they're the biggest their infrastructure can support the construction at that time.
Do the Germans have any? Yes. Do the Germans have any bigger guns?
No, they don't. They don't. Not available.
So what on earth are the? So the Scharnhorst are buggered.
So if they've built the Scharnhorst as they are, in a nicest way. Do they build the Scharnhorst? Do they even bother to build them at that time, or do they wait longer before they start construction? Because they can't build anything which can even take on the Dutch ships, let alone the British ships.
That is true.
Because again, if the Dutch have built that, then there is no hope. If they've built a 16-inch under the First London Treaty, and they've got that in service, there is no hope of anyone going to 14-inch under the Second London Naval Treaty, because there's brand new 16-inch ships going around, Dutch ones, and the Japanese are going to be building equivalents and all these things, going to say that.
I will point
in a nice way, that means the King George V design is going to be a 16-inch gun design, in which case, Lord help the Germans.
I will point out that the Germans basically... Like, I get what you're saying, but the Germans basically need to build the Scharnhorsts.
They do, from an infrastructure growth perspective, they absolutely do. But the trouble is, they are now building them into a world where the King George V's that are coming along are going to be 16-inch gun-fast battleships.
I mean, what I will say...
The Dutch-fast battleships, there's going to be whatever effect that happens on the carrier design from...
It's
gonna be absolutely pandemonium. I'd love it.
I agree. What I will say is,
and just think about what Admiral Henderson or Admiral King will be doing with the Dutch ships as their justifications to their governments for what they should build.
I know. I'm aware of that.
King will be having a party.
Dr.
He'd
Clark,
be wearing clogs.
Well,
he'd be having an absolute field day.
Dr. Clark, can I please? But So I know the Scharnhorst. I know the Scharnhorst class in Drake's Drum makes no sense and is far bigger than it needs to be. But what I would like to say is it does hit upon something I do think the Germans would do. The Scharnhorst might be built as battle cruisers, not battleships. They might sacrifice armor for more speed. They might actually be battle cruisers in this Dutch timeline. So yes, 911-inch guns, but 33 to 35 knots. With less armor.
They might be.
So it means that the Dutch fast battleships are going to be able to catch them most likely.
Yeah.
Not
So they're
if
still
they're-
fucked.
Not if they're 35 knots, because if the thing is, if the Dutch battleships haven't had their armor refit when they encounter the Scharnhorst off Norway, then yes, they'll be able to catch them. If they have, the Scharnhorst will have the speed to go, nope, Billy, big steps in the other direction.
Yeah, but the trouble is, also there's going to be Dutch carriers around as well, and combine that with the British carrier force around. That means
Carrier
the
single. Because the other Dutch carrier will be in the Far East, along with most of the rest of the Dutch fleet.
Yeah, but even if that force is coming up, what's your doctrine going to be if you're the Dutch? It's going to be keeping your carriers together with your capital ships, right?
Yeah, so the
Yes.
whole thing is two Dutch capital ships with a single carrier. That's the doctrine. So if two Dutch
Yeah.
capital ships are in the home
So in
fleet
nice
with
way,
the British, there's a single
if the
Dutch carrier
carriers,
there.
let's put it this way: if your force is this force coming up and it's going to bump into the Scharnhorst and Eisenhower, even if they're faster than the ships, they've got to deal with the aircraft coming off the carrier, which are going to be to try and slow them down.
In the weather that was off Lofferton? Ooh. What a horrible thought.
You still launch. You still launch. Because they're worth it. The targets are worth it. When you're doing that scenario, you're always judging the risk by the value of the target. Those are the only two functioning capital ships in the entire German Navy at that point.
And of course
They are worth
mainland,
the risk.
And of course the mainland Netherlands may have fallen by that point. So at that point you're out for
Or
revenge.
it may be under siege.
Yeah, you're out for
Either
revenge.
way.
Or likely
Yeah.
it would be under siege.
So you are launching, and the name of the Netherlands is probably not just under siege. It's probably partially the Dutch have flooded it as well themselves again.
Yeah. Guy.
classic
No, it would not be
so-
flooded.
Guy.
Well, if you've got unlimited budget, you might actually go for the flooding option as an extra bonus
Yeah.
because that's going to stop the
It's
German
more.
tanks
It's more
from
just. It's more the thing like where the main defensive line would be is not where you really have areas which you can flood.
Guy.
I was thinking
It's
you'd
like
be
the
flooding
main,
the areas
like the main
behind-
point where we would want to hold the Germans would be along the Grebbe line, which then is like the Utrecht Hill area,
Yeah.
which is more to the east as
I thought
compared to where the
you'd flood,
main
flood,
water line would be.
I thought you'd flood the area behind it, so that if the Germans achieved at any point a breakthrough with their armor, they couldn't. They'd run into the water and then couldn't get any far, and that would allow
It's a
you time
common
to respond if they achieved a
misconception.
breakthrough.
It's a common
So
misconception.
I wasn't thinking about the force of water as being a front line. I was thinking more as being a line behind to allow you to better deploy your forces.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's a common misconception, but one thing I will say is that I do need to discuss.
Tanks can go through armor. Tanks can go through water. They can go through water.
That
yes, but
wasn't what I was
salt
going to
water is
Not
say.
through the
definitely-
flooded
They
areas.
can't go
wasn't-
through that deep.
That wasn't what I was going to say. What I was going to say is, so the Dutch carrier in 1940 pursuing the Scharnhorst is going to be flying off Fokker 21 carrier-based fighters. You'll also have let me see. I'm just looking up the aircraft that the Dutch might use to actually. You're probably looking at
Nice way. If you bought a British carrier, the first thing you're going to be introduced to is the British aerial torpedo, and then you're going to be told about the aerial torpedo launching system.
yes.
And then you're going to be designing an aircraft around that. So you are going to get a license for the Fairy Swordfish. But it's going to be based about getting around that control system for dropping that torpedo. It's not about the aircraft, it's about the torpedo system.
You do realise that the Dutch don't buy foreign aircraft.
They do.
Right?
No, they don't buy.
Like they do
Well,
buy
nice way. I'm not
lines,
saying buying foreign aircraft. I'm saying buying the license for the Swordfish so they can get the control system for dropping those torpedoes.
Oh, so what you're saying
Because
is,
the Dutch,
so what you're saying is they don't build the Swordfish. They go, oh, we've
they
bought
build
the
a
license.
Dutch variant of the Swordfish, so they've got to build something around around that dropping system. And the torpedo dropping system, which means they're going to probably lay down a similar route to the Swordfish, but it'll be very much a Dutch design of what's around the Swordfish requirements. But for that, they will have to buy the license of the British to get that dropping system.
Makes sense.
And the Dutch are smart enough to realise that the British dropping system leads to the torpedoes belly flopping into the water rather than diving into the water. And if you want to attack people in harbour or in shallow waters, you do not want your torpedoes diving.
Yeah. What I will say is that I think we'll see some development of the Fokker C-10. So you're probably looking at a Fokker C-11 or C-12.
It would be more likely that Fokker would be asked to build a new aircraft.
It would be, but it would probably be called the Fokker C-11 or C-12, which would basically be a Fokker Swordfish but with a Dutch engine. So either way, these Dutch aircraft would launch from their carrier and would likely cripple the German capital ships, at which point two very, very angry Dutch battleships armed with 9 16-inch guns and functionally immune to the Scharnhorst 11-inch guns rock up and go, so, we heard you were talking shit.
Why would the 16-inchers be there, though?
But because, no, guy, remember,
because those are the most prized asset, like one of the most prized assets
these,
in the fleet. You would want to keep those in the East Indies.
All of the Dutch capital ships are 16 inches, remember, because the Bofors, I didn't realise, the clock told me that Bofors offered 16 inch from 32. So, at that point, it's obvious. You don't build 14.
You mean the 380 millimeter, not the 15 centimeter? So, like, on a Scharnhorst armed with only 6-inch guns would be very amusing.
I said 3. Sorry, I said 9/11s.
Yeah. That's been asking, would you possibly see this Scharnhorst armed instead of with the 11-inch? Just try and go straight out about for the 15s.
No, the 15s aren't available. When the Scharnhorst are laid down, as far as I'm aware.
No, the 15-inch, they're not available, and they're developing them. And that's the problem for them. If they want to build the ships on time, then they have to go with the guns which are available. And
now, it's worth pointing out, the 11-inch guns...
Yeah,
the 11-inch gun that the Scharnhorst are armed with is a absolutely cracking 11-inch gun. It's a beautiful weapon. It's a beautiful weapon. But it's not a 15. But it's not a 13 or a 14 or a 15-inch gun. It is perhaps the best 11-inch gun ever built, but still.
Yeah, and they do kind of get there is the fact that both of them kind of get bodied by HMS Renown with 6 15-inch guns. Partially because of the instructions of Hitler to avoid getting sunk, but
because bear in mind, had those instructions not been in place, it's highly likely that Scharnhorst and Gneisenau would have turned and engaged Renown, because at that point,
which would lead to their demise. Because if they wait for in the time it's going to take them to actually win that battle, Warspite would be on the scene.
Probably, yeah. But still,
so that's the trouble. Yeah, but the amount of damage they're going to sustain means that Warspite's going to come in like the roaring god of thunder, and yes, the British are going to have lost HMS Renown, or she's going to be severely damaged.
Yeah. What I will say is, so to just get back on topic, really. This was supposed to be the last question, but I'm going.
The problem is you chose a really interesting question with a lot of different connotations.
No, but bear in mind, the reason I chose this question is because it might revitalize. Me. These two Dutch capital ships are likely going to body Scharnhorst and Gneisenau without suffering too much damage. You're talking about ships with 9 16-inch guns resistant to at least 14 and likely resistant to 16-inch shell fire. Yeah.
They're going to make them pinatas. And remember, such a group is also going to be operating probably with a light cruiser or two, probably with some destroyers.
If we're talking about if we're talking about the Dutch commitment to the home fleet, aka the Dutch fleet that hasn't gone to the Far East, you're talking about 2 battleships, a carrier, two of the Dutch's 8 6-inch arm 10,000-ton light cruisers.
Yeah, this is not going to be a group which you want to tangle with as the 2 Scharnhorst.
And unfortunately, they're tangling with it and they're dying. So congratulations, the Dutch capital ships have 2 kills to their name. Excellent.
Yeah, and at that point, is Bismarck or anything else ever going to come out?
Probably not. No.
Because Hitler's just lost those 2, and it's going to change a lot of the definitions of World War II of the operation.
Unfortunately, I hate to break it to them, but it's very likely that once France falls, the Netherlands will also fall. So at that point, the Dutch government is unfortunately still in exile.
Does France fall in a scenario where Netherlands doesn't fall?
The thing is, the reason the Netherlands fell was not really down to the Dutch army, it was down to the Dutch government capitulating because the Germans threatened to bomb their capital.
Yes, and they have the defences, but also, if you consider the Ardennes, which is where the Germans would have been going through, if the Germans are held up fighting the Dutch, how quickly are they going to manage to turn their forces onto the Belgians?
The thing is, the Ardennes offensive is very much independent of and deliberately so by German design.
It is independent. It is independent fleet, but look at a map. You'll notice that the Ardennes is below the Netherlands. The Netherlands is behind it. If you start doing an offensive from that direction, what are you going to be in range of from the Netherlands?
Aircraft, which they may have more of.
Which are probably going to be attacking what? If they're sensible.
As the British can now also deploy bombers from our airfields.
Yes. So there are probably going to be British bombers working from the Netherlands as well.
In other words, Germany is absolutely fucked.
Remember the main trouble they had with their forces was they started running out of fuel towards them, which is one of the reasons why the British were able to evacuate Dunkirk and all these things. Imagine if because their supply lines are hit, they run out of fuel earlier. A very plausible scenario. Everything else could go, but also there's the other problem of going in the Ardennes if the Dutch are holding on, and if Belgium doesn't fall as quickly as it did historically because of that. There's the reality that there's going to be more places listening for their signals and their radio signals triangulating their positions. So the thing is, what I'm saying is, you're now changing it sufficiently enough that honestly, you can't really predict the fall of how it's going to go. And you always have to remember, the fall of France was a very big shock to pretty much everyone. No one would have predicted it.
What I will say is I would like to just make a tangent off this. As in, so, we have the fleet that we've discussed, but the fall of France and the Low Countries happens as historical. So, in the Dutch East Indies, we now have 4 16-inch armed battleships, 2 carriers with Dutch aircraft aboard, plus spares in the Dutch East Indies. We have 5 heavy cruisers, which are basically discount counties. We have 6 full-size light cruisers and 4 Tromp-style cruisers. And we have about 20 to 30 destroyers of various types.
All lovely, but if you're also including Scharnhorst and Gneisenau being sunk in the sort of Norway operation period, does Italy join the war on the side of Germany, or do they stay neutral?
I think they might. I suspect they might go. You don't have this, Germany. No.
If France still falls, that's enough of a flip for Mussolini to go. Regardless of the fact Germany lost 2 capital ships, France.
Yes, but that means he's going to be facing the full might of the Royal Navy solo.
Yeah, like what is he meant to do against the Royal Navy?
And that's going to... let's say he does do it, then it's going to be a very different North Africa campaign, because instead of the Royal Navy having to divide its interests with keeping stuff up in the North Sea, it can leave that to the Dutch and send everything south. So all the King George V's, all those will be in the Mediterranean. All the carriers will be in the Mediterranean.
Okay, all right. So let's assume that...
In which case, if you look at the initial campaigns in North Africa, Italy gets bodied until they're able to get their logistics and things sorted out. Because the trouble is, their best person, whilst they've got good personnel, they're all spread around, not being well supplied logistically. So, in the nicest way, if you've got the British able to do a full deployment to the Mediterranean, then how long is the North Africa campaign going on for? And if the North Africa campaign is over, and Italy's and that the Mediterranean is, let's put it this way, either neutral or pacified, then you've got a very different British position in the Far East as well.
Yeah, that makes sense. Let's assume.
And you've also there's not an option if you're doing Taranto, and you've got the relations you have got with the Dutch. They might well have picked up night flying off the British. They've after all gone for British carrier design and British torpedo design. So in which case, the scenario might come about that if you wanted to do Taranto and you needed an extra carrier to do it properly, one of the Dutch carriers from the East Indies might make a dash across the Indian Ocean, up the Red Sea, through the Suez, and join for that little operation. Especially if you had a scenario where, we were planning to do just 2 carriers, but a carrier's gone down. Or there again, also the British might have more carriers down there, and they might even have Glorious free. So you might be talking about a free 4-carrier Taranto operation, in which case the Italian fleet could get wiped out in Taranto.
Moe's asking, would you potentially still have the attack on Mers El Kabir? If you've also got the Dutch on your side, the Dutch Navy on your side at this
Probably
point.
still, because in the nicest way, the problem for the British with Mers El Kabir is, let's be honest, with Mers El Kabir, they do everything they can to not attack. They give them give them lots of options. They do everything they can, and the trouble is, the commander in Mers El Kabir is being a bit of a
Idiot.
I wouldn't use that. Honestly, the man just doesn't know what to do. Is the charitable thing is he doesn't know what to do, and he doesn't believe anyone will do anything which they're supposed to. But he doesn't realise that, frankly, the Allies, the British especially, have lost faith in the French government. It's not they've lost faith in the French Navy or the French people. They've lost faith in the French government's word because of how the French government handled their dropping out of the war. So that's what leads to that scenario. I would say Mers El Kabir still happens. Again, there is a potentiality in this scenario that the Ark Royal is backed up by a Dutch carrier, because that's going to be the home carrier attached to the home fleet.
Makes sense. Although I will point out that as the threat from the Europe winds down, the Dutch will be increasingly demanding that they move their forces out to the remaining Dutch territory, aka Dutch East Indies.
Well, that's going to be fine, and the British probably will do the same, because the British will probably be moving capital ships and carriers into the Indian Ocean to keep them safe from the Germans. If they don't need any forces which they don't need immediately in theatre for the operations, it's far better to have them sitting in the ocean than it is to have them sitting in the Mediterranean or the UK. And it acts as a deterrent to Japan. And if you've got such a large fleet now concentrating in the Indian Ocean and the Dutch East Indies, then for Japan the whole rationale of Pearl Harbor becomes very different. Because it doesn't. Whichever fleet you knock out first, you're going to be dealing with a massive fleet coming in.
Makes sense.
Because they knew the same calculation the Americans and the British knew. It didn't matter which one went to war with Japan. Both had to join. The other one always had to join in, because if Britain let America humble Japan solo, then Britain would lose its position in the Far East. If America let the British Empire humble Japan, America would lose its position in the Far East in terms of their power and status. So neither could afford to let the other one do it solo. So it was always going to become a tandem effort.
Compromise. Let the Dutch humble the Japanese.
Sorry, even with this force, the Dutch ain't doing that.
No.
Yeah, I know.
Honestly, the Japanese would probably have to send a lot more forces to deal with the Dutch in this situation.
Which is going to
It would
really
slow down their pace.
It's going to really complicate planning.
It's going to slow down their pace of operations quite dramatically because they're going to have to get their force. If they do Pearl Harbor, they're going to have to do Pearl Harbor. Then they get forces back from Pearl Harbor, reconstitute them, rearm them, refit them, make sure everything's ready, and then send them to the South to deal with the.
You've basically got to commit most of the
command.
You've either got to commit all of the battle line plus most of Japan's light carriers, or commit not much of the Japanese battle line and all of the Kidabutai. That's the choice Japan has to make.
You're going to go with all the Kidabutai. Remember, the battle line is being saved for the decisive battle, which is always going to take place after you've drawn the enemy forces closer to Japan, attrited them on the way, and then annihilate them in such a battle.
Yeah, because the problem is
saying, what about Force Z? Force Z in this case would be very different.
Also, you don't really need to send Force Z because the Dutch are right there with 4 fast battleships and 2 carriers.
And the nicest way, no, you don't need to send Force Z because the Indian Ocean is going to be teeming with Royal Navy ships. You're probably looking at in any scenario. This scenario, the Germans might have Bismarck, in which case the British might leave 2 of their King George V's and the 2 of the Dutch ships behind in the home sea.
The Dutch won't countenance that. The Dutch won't countenance that.
In the nicest way, that'll be the price of them being able to use our facilities or anywhere else in the world.
The Dutch will just go, well, we have the Dutch East Indies, we don't have to deal with you.
They're part of the Free Dutch. They're going to be part of the Free Dutch, the Free Navies and the Allies. In the nicest way, fleet. If they decide to go independent, that's going to be great for them, but that means they will get no support at all from the British government. No support from any of the Allies. In which case, they are in trouble. They don't want to do that. They've got to.
Dr. Clark, the Dutch won't accept having 2 of their capital ships in home waters when the Dutch East Indies needs defending. Because the British
but the thing.
Are the British
Which is more help?
Are the British going to send 2 replacements? Because if not, then the Dutch will not accept
let him finish.
Fleet, which is more help to the Dutch, having 2 carriers in a home, or 2 capital ships in the UK in the home waters as part of the Allied efforts in the North Sea, and having, let's say, 8 British capital ships in Singapore, or having those 2 capital ships out in the Far East, and the British only sending 2 capital ships to the Far East.
Well, that's different.
Well, that's the rules of an alliance, fleet. So that's the reality, isn't it?
They would probably say, if you leave these 2 ships here, we will be able to send we'll be able to send much larger forces to the east.
Actually,
so yes, you're having to sacrifice.
Actually, you know
and
what?
for the British, the reason why it's important to have the Dutch keep some ships there and keep it as an allied effort is because that allows them to make the Germans look even more like the bad guys on the international stage.
True.
Also, could you imagine the propaganda if the Dutch ships do sink Bismarck?
Yeah, Guy. Would the you're the Dutchman here. Would the Dutch accept keeping 2 of their modern capital ships and 1 of their carriers in the home fleet in exchange for most of the old British capital ships going to Singapore?
I think that would be the case, yes. But that also has to do with something else which actually happened historically. Was that when APTECOM was formed, the very sophisticated Dutch naval recon system, which then used and there's a large force of seaplanes to, of course, scout around the waters in the East Indies, was also, of course, incorporated into APTECOM and went then over to the British. And let's just say, Helfrich and Doorman were not exactly happy with that. Helfrich himself had also said about that change was that where before it would only take 3 minutes for information from a seaplane to reach naval headquarters, it would then take 3 hours after it then went over to the British. So in that sense,
because
it's
it ran
another
through the
bargaining
RAF.
chip which the British can then throw in, and just being okay, keep those 2 ships in European waters, and then you can have your own recon.
They'll be finagling both ways. That's as Clark says, it's part of the alliance. But as Mo was even saying, I don't even think they'll necessarily send old. They will probably send a mix of old and new.
They probably send the upgraded Queen Elizabeths. They probably would send Rodney and Nelson. They'd probably send as the majority of the King George V when they come available. And you're probably talking, you're probably talking the battle cruisers as well.
Also, honestly, given what we've
Hood
got,
might actually get refit in this scenario. No
given what we've got, and given the fact that the Dutch will have a lot of destroyers to actually spare for operations in the Atlantic, you might see the Lions actually finished.
Also, you have to remember in this scenario where the Dutch are building quite so many, the British are also going to be building quite a bit.
So yeah, the Lions may actually be finished.
The British will keep up to their want to keep to their status.
Churchill's whole thing of pausing capital ships.
You're missing something in that. If the Dutch are building 16-inch battleships, which are fast battleships under the First London Treaty, then there is no chance of the Second London Treaty then going for 14-inch gunships.
So the KGVs will just be 16-inch armored fast battleships from the go.
Yes.
Could be pretty scary.
That was the big problem for the Germans, because that would be the big problem for the Germans and for pretty much everyone else.
I know, big little mustache man and big mustache man.
Which also means the quad turret issue never comes up because there'll be 3 triple turrets.
And of course,
you do now get 5
ABX,
9-gun 16s.
Yes, you.
What do the Germans even do? Do they just choose not to bother with capital?
Cry in a corner.
No, the Germans cannot not build capital ships, because here's the thing: they aren't the. It's one of those things where
they can draw forces away, I guess. But
there is also that.
You have to build it, because if you don't build the capability, then in nicest way, I can focus my capabilities in on the threat you possess. This is the problem when anyone goes, "Oh, well, if the Germans had just built only submarines, they'd have been able to win the war." Well, that one means the threat to the Royal Navy convoys would be one-dimensional. All the Royal Navy has to churn out then at that point is Flower-class corvettes and trawlers, and they churn them out by the 100. And they can win that war because they have a vast number of cheap ASW ships.
There's also the point that
the Germans had gone for an all-aircraft system, they need to have gone for an all-escort carrier system and had fighters escorting convoys. If you go for a surface ship system, the British will then build the surface ship threat. So it's only when you only make the life complicated for the British when you go for a full mixture of threats. So the British have to build to counter all of them. They can't just focus in on, oh, you're only giving me a one-dimensional threat. Okay, here's my one-dimensional response. That's all I have to do.
Because, as we know,
what I
in
will
alternate
say,
scenarios, everyone will always be basing things off others.
Yeah.
It's why I'm just curious what the Germans would do.
Well, the thing is, one of the things to bear in mind is, yes, the German Navy was building up, but it was building up to fight various different scenarios. It was building up to fight the RN, possibly. It was building up to fight purely France alone. It was building up to fight various minor nations. It was building up to fight the Soviet Union. The German fleet was building it with multiple different scenarios in mind, so the ships they built and the capability they developed was within that in mind. German submarines could deal with commerce raiding with Britain, or they could lock down the Baltic against the Russians, or they could blockade the Netherlands. German capital ships could commerce raid against Britain, or smash the Gangerts in the Baltic. Or there were multiple different options the German Kriegsmarine could do. It wasn't
under the scenario they historically had to face. Under this scenario, you've also got the Dutch having enough battleships that, frankly, even the French are going to be going, well, for the Germans to be a threat to us, they have to get through the Dutch ships, the British ships, and then they eventually can reach us.
But that doesn't mean the French will stop.
We have lifeboats ready to support, ready to pick up their survivors. That's about what we'll probably need.
But because the world is multipolar, the French will go, that may be the case, but the Italians are still there, and honestly, and honestly, given the fact that they are freed up from dealing with the Germans, the French may actually think, oh, and the Japanese are looking into China as well.
The French were thinking that historically.
But basically, what we've got here is a Dutch Navy that fundamentally creates a problem for the Axis.
Said there are so many. It's very easy to create problems for the Axis because they are in such a bad situation. What makes that? What It's what makes what they do achieve in the war quite so
Amazing.
intoxicating to some people.
Well, wait.
Although
what about the
most
French
of it is
response
just
to the
look.
Dutch in the 30 build-up? Cry.
Honestly, the French just respond as historically, because at that point they're not aiming themselves at the Germans, they're aiming themselves at the Italians. And at that point, there is because the thing is, bearing in mind, the Dunkirks are already laid down as we start building our stuff, because they're a response to the Deutschlands, and the Richelieus won't change because there's no need for them to change. So it doesn't really change. Anyway, I feel like we've hammered out that question.
It might
into the
change
dirt.
the Joffres.
It might do that, yeah.
France might actually have a chance to build the Joffres.
Could
Depending
be.
on how the land campaigns go.
Could be. Well,
I know.
I feel
you're
like
going to have to deal with this all over again in a week or two's time, depending on when you get to the question.
But, yeah,
You haven't seen Fox's question, have you?
I know. Sad fleet noises, and I've got to do this
Hey,
again
it
on
should be
Wednesday.
interesting.
And
You
I've
see,
got to do this
Fox
again on
don't-
Wednesday, and I've got to do it again on Friday. I've got to work through all the unanswered questions, and I swear to God, Dr. Clark, if you don't help me on Wednesday and Friday, I'm going to scream, because I have not been able to answer questions properly on Wednesday and Friday, because I haven't had an expert. I need an expert!
Become the expert.
Fleet
Fleet.
is literally becoming drag.
Fleet, become the expert.
I am not becoming... Look, the whole point is I'm discount Drakenfell. I'm not actual Drakenfell. That's the whole point.
Yorkshire drag.
I can't.
No, you're not track. You're not track. You're not even discount track. You're foo.
I'm sorry. I am drunken of this. I hate the foo. I'm Fleet. I'm not the foo. Call me Fleet. I don't like the foo. I am
Foo
Fleet.
is the fleet of oceans.
Yes, but I am Fleet.
Foo. You have been christened the foo by my mother.
I
you will
don't
never get
give
rid
a
of the foo
damn.
Now. And by the way,
You just have to live with it, Foo Fighter.
Foxo, I'll say this because, of course, you're always so helpful on things like, again, looking for the various VTubing sort of or style sort of pictures for Fleet. If you have any questions that Fleet hasn't answered, please send them to Leslie or to Runon on my channel, and they'll make sure they're part of brew ships on the Sunday.
Right. Anyway.
That-
I hope that everyone has enjoyed this much extended Fleets Round Ramblings. I'm going to go and play some MacGuffins now because I need to relax.